फुल्ली हो रही है क्या इसमें? नहीं है। Good morning and assalamu alaikum. Greeting of the day from our side. So we are again here to have our third international virtual conference, ICELL 2022. I welcome you all and thank you for your participation here. Jinnah University for Women, Department of English is organizing the third international virtual conference on English language and literature. The conference is entitled as Hybrid Teaching and Learning, Current Issues with Resolutions. We will be connected for 2 days, that is on 29th of November and 30th November. The conference is divided into 4 sessions. On the first day of conference, it will be divided for 2 sessions, session 1 and session 2. So I hope that we will be having a lot of informative sessions here. So I would like to invite Ms. Kuratulen Zuhaib to host the conference. She is a lecturer at the Department of English. She has been teaching for 9 years. She has presented her papers at different conferences as well. So over to you, Ms. Kuratulen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all. I am Kuratulen Zuhaib from Jinnah University for Women. I'll be your host for the first half session of this conference. But before beginning the conference, I would like to call Ms. Maruf Aslam for recitation of Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم ممنون وما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين صدق الله العظيم. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan the outcast. In the name of Allah, who is the most gracious and the most merciful. By oath of the fig and of the olive, and by oath of the Mount Sinai, and by oath of this secure land, we have indeed created man in the best shape. We then turned him towards all the lowest of the low states, except those who accepted faith and did good deeds. For them is an infinite reward. So after this, what causes you to deny the judgment? Is not Allah the greatest judge upon all judges? Allah the Supreme speaks the truth.
so much, Ms. Maru, for this glorious start. Now let me share the schedule of our first day session. Session is divided into two halves. In first half, we will have the keynote speaker, Dr. Sabria Jawahir from King Saud bin Abdulaziz University. Then we will have our plenary speaker, Dr. Sajda Zaki from NAD University. Moreover, we will have 4 presenters from different universities. Lastly, we will have our session chair, Ms. Nida Asad from Bahria University. After that, we will be a namaz break for 15 minutes. Then in second half session, we will have a panel discussion. The member of panel discussions are Dr. Bushra Khurram, Dr. Fatma Dar, and Dr. Naeem. This panel discussion would be moderated by Ms. Hina Manzoor. Panel discussion would be definitely a great informative for all of us. Then we will have our 6 presenters. Lastly, there will be a chair session by Professor Talat Raza Khan. Now I would like to call our Honorable Dean of Social Sciences from Jinnah University for Women, Dr. Farida Lodi, to inaugurate this conference and share some motivating comments for all. Over to you, ma'am.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all, speakers, presenters, and participants, especially the keynote speakers, Dr. Walid Shaki, Deputy Director, King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Sabria Johar, Chairperson of King Saud bin Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. And then I opened the third 2 days international conference on English literature and language, organized by Department of English under the supervision of Faculty Social Sciences, Jinnah University for Women. As a conference chair, I congratulate to Mrs. Samreen Subhan, Chairperson, English Department, and all the faculty members on putting together a host to arrange this online language and literature conference regarding hybrid teaching and learning and current issues with resolution. I thank you to the Chancellor, Mr. Wajiuddin Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Naeem Farooqi Sahab, and the management of the university for their full support and to make this conference successful. Once again, on behalf of Jinnah University for Women and Faculty of Social Sciences, I warmly welcome to all and best wishes to all the faculty members of English Department. Thank you.
Now it's time for welcome address by our Honorable Chairperson of English Department, Ms. Samreen Humayun. Over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. And it must be evening in some of places throughout the world. So good evening to all those people who have joined at this time with us. I just want to first of all give you an overview of the last 2 conferences that we had in 2020 and 21. In Alhamdulillah, we have conducted very well all these 2 conferences. The first one was subtitled as English Language and Literature, Challenges with Change. And we had around 250 participants at that time. Then in the second international virtual conference on English language and literature, which was held in 2021, It was subtitled as ELT in COVID World: New Norms, Challenges, and Solutions. And in that, we had participants almost around 280. And with the cooperation of our audience and the presenters, all those two conferences were very successful. And that's why now we are starting our third international conference today. This is a 2-day conference, 29th and 30th November. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all in this conference, third international World Tour Conference on English language and literature, hybrid teaching and learning, current issues with resolution. This is hosted by Department of English, Jinnah University for Women. And I'm very thankful to our management, to Chancellor Sir Wajihuddin, Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. Naeem Farooqi, and to our Dean of Social Sciences, Dr. Farida Lodi, and to all my faculty members for cooperating and supporting us, and especially a very heartful thanks to all the participants and presenters who have joined us in our conference. And inshallah, we are going to plan in the future as well, on early basis, inshallah. In this conference, in this third conference, there will be many professionals and presenters, trainers in the conference from all over the world with keynote talks, plenary speakers, featured speaker. We will have a workshop on day 2. There will be 2 panel discussions, one on day 1 and the second on the second day with the experts of the field. And also we'll have 4 research sessions, which will include not only expert researchers of the field, but also the voice researchers to encourage research culture throughout the world. So once again, I welcome you all to our conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a warm welcoming speech. Well, we all are aware of this fact that COVID-19 has forced educational institutes to explore instructional models, which we never anticipated before. And almost every educational institute plans to reopen and adopting several and new different methodologies and new paradigms of teaching. However, hybrid teaching was one of the methods for teaching which was used in COVID-19 in Pakistan and is continued still. Although we faced multiple issues to adopting and to implementing these new paradigms and new instructional models of teaching, but we found out some resolution and regarding the subject. But if you are a teacher and if you are a student, so I urge you to stay connected with us, because this session would be a great opportunity to learn and resolve current issues of teaching. Now, I am moving forward to call our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Sabriya Jawahir. She is an assistant professor of applied and educational linguistics at King Saud bin Abdul Aziz University for Health Sciences. Dr. Jawahir is a graduate of Newcastle University, UK. She is the chairperson of the English Language Department and the chairperson of the English Language Curriculum Unification Committee. She has an experience as a lecturer in higher education. She is an associate at the British Higher Education Academy and a member of several international associations, including BAL and ELL. She worked as an educational consultant for the British Education Trust. She is also a fellow of prestigious The topic which Ms. Sabria is presenting today is the science of language or the language of science. What the science of talk? Tell us about the teaching of science. Over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Madam, you are
Can you
allowed
hear
to
me?
share the screen.
Thank you very much. It's a bit dark here, I guess, because of the background. So let me try this. I guess I'm gonna turn off the video, but I will keep the audio. Yeah. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I would like to start first of all by saying thank you to the university, Jinnah University, and especially to Ms. Samreen for giving me this opportunity to talk to all of you. As you all know, we were all impacted by COVID-19, and it basically changed the face of education worldwide. Some universities, some countries were lucky enough to succeed in resuming their educational agenda due to the infrastructure that they have. Some universities and colleges and countries were not as lucky as the others. Today, my talk is not about COVID by itself, but it's about technology. So before we start,
Madam, your screen is not shared. Yes, it's shared now.
Yes. So before I start my talk for today, I would like really to start.
We can see your screen now.
Excellent. Can you hear me? I assume that you can hear me. So anyways, today we will be talking about how can linguistics inform the teaching of science. I assume that all of us here in this talk today, either linguists or students of linguistics or literature or something to do with linguistics or researchers in that field. So linguistics by itself is not is a field or a study that can be used in every single aspect of our life because it's related to the core of our living or what makes us who we are as a human being, which is language, which is communication. We communicate to do our daily routine. We communicate to transfer knowledge. We communicate even to negotiate, to sell, to buy, even the most intimate moments of our life when we are with our family, we use language. So language cannot be separated from any aspect of our life, including science. My talk today will shed light on three things: the role of language in teaching science, and also the role of technology when it comes to research, and most importantly, the importance of using mixed methods when we address research, generally speaking, whether it's language, whether it's science, or whatever. Before we start, I would like you kindly to scan this code, that barcode that you see. It will take you to a questionnaire or a kind of, not a questionnaire. I would like to know our audience, so to focus exactly on what theory, practice, what part. If you cannot scan the barcode, please go to the website that I will show to you now. So I would like you kindly to go to this website, mentimeter.com, and enter the password that you can see in front of you here, or you can scan. So I'll give you a moment to do that, and then we will see the result together. Can you see this? I would like to know our audience today.
Yes, we can see, madam.
Excellent. So far, 6 people only took this. And of those 6 people, I can say that 83% are students. Okay, here we go. Ten so far.
Yes, when
Okay, so
participants are scanning.
sorry.
Participants are scanning the code.
Okay. Okay, I see the majority so far are students, though only 14, 15 people have taken that. Okay, good, good. Still the majority are students, which is good. In fact, this tells me something about this university and the students of this university. You're so lucky to have such keen students. Okay, let's move now to the excellent, very good. If you are still in, we're gonna move to the next excellent, more and more people. Great. Teachers are taking over. However, only 4% of the attendees today are researchers. More students, excellent. And teachers and less researchers. Okay, let's move to the next part. Very good. I see the majority are students. Okay, let's stop here and now go back to our presentation. I see that the majority are students and some teachers. So today we will focus on a background about the context of this research that I will be talking to you about, the problem, the key research questions, the methodology, the results, and the conclusion. Since the majority of our attendees are students, we're going to try to simplify the information as much as we can. I wanted to know, in fact, why are you here today? But I see less people having access to the website. So when it comes to the background, which is where the study has been carried out, we will talk about CLIL. CLIL stands for Content Language Integrated Learning, which is basically a term that's been used recently. It's been around since early 1990s. However, it has had different names since it was recognized. Some people recognize CLIL as content-based language instructions. Some people call it theme-based language teaching. Some people call it immersion education. Some people call it bilingual education or foreign language or English as a medium of instructions. All in all, we are talking about a context where English is used to teach science. So, however, it has different names, depends on which part of the world you are in, what's the use of it, which school the university is following when it comes to the theoretical background. What are the goals of CLIL worldwide? CLIL is well known in particular in Canada and in some of the European countries, because in the European countries, they believe in what they call 1+2, which means that within the European Union, every country, the students have to know the mother tongue of the country and +2 additional languages that are spoken in other places in the European Union. Also in Canada, for example, in the French part of Canada, they have to study English by immersion. And in the English part, they have to study French. And all of that as part of, political agenda of these countries. So usually CLIL is used to develop the intercultural communication skills among the students to prepare for internationalization. For example, in Saudi Arabia, and I assume the same thing in Pakistan too, that we use English to introduce science, to introduce, basically to open up to the world. So that's why we use English as a medium of instructions in most of the universities, including the one where I work, which is a very specialized university for health sciences. Also, sometimes it is used to access subject-specific target language terminology, such as medical terminology, for example. If you are studying science, you will study the main specific vocabulary or terminology in English. Also to improve the overall target language competence of the students. So it is believed that by introducing English through a meaningful context, that is science, it's like using abstract versus concrete knowledge. So that's why we use science to introduce English, to develop the oral communication skills and to increase the learner's motivation. So usually when the learners understand the concept of what we are talking about using English, they get very motivated. When they can express themselves in English in a specific context, they become also very motivated. Why do we care for investigating research? There is an increased interest in content language integrated implementation worldwide. There is hardly a country, no matter what their L1 is, that does not use English or as a medium of instruction in certain areas or in certain fields. So it's widely used context. That's why there is an increased interest in looking at the context where English is used as a medium of instructions. And from on forward, I will refer to it as CLIL. Dilton Buffer, in her different studies up until now, she called for more work with regard to the way in which classroom interaction in content language integrated learning is conducted. However, she specified the investigation and limited it to social and linguistic terms. She was among the first who looked at this context when it comes to the context as a process rather than as a product. When the reason why we look at classroom interaction, and this is what we will see today, and where we will see the role of language in constructing knowledge in a science classroom, which is basically the title for this talk today. So scientists, generally speaking, they believe that learning happens or occurs through students' participation in a sequentially structured discourse activity, which means unless the students get involved in the conversation going on in the classroom, especially if it's in a foreign language, they're not going to pick up that language. It's like an instrument, a musical instrument. If they don't use it, they will never master it. From also an interactional point of view, it is believed that the utterance or the talk that the students use, it displays their understanding of the current sequential and social context. So basically, we react to the situation verbally based on our understanding of it, the way we understand it. If you say, you are late, I might understand it as a simple genuine question, or I might understand it as an accusation if you accusing me of being late. So my understanding of this utterance and the social context, which means also the relationship between you and me. If you're my boss and you tell me you are late, I will understand this as a warning. But if you're my colleague, I will say, are we going somewhere? Yeah, so it depends also on the social context, our relationship, the dynamic of our relationship. Also, our utterances, what we say, renew the context. So for example, the context so far, when you say, are you late, is kind of neutral. But if you're my boss and I started defending myself, then I'm telling you something. So I'm adding to the context. I'm renewing it by answering your question. So, or by answering you, I'm renewing the context and showing you my understanding of the utterance that you have said. Usually talk in the classroom or utterances, it performs a social display also of the speaker's cognition or the cognitive, emotional, and attitudinal state. Not only that, but also it gives us a window into their learning state. Where are they? Do they understand? They don't understand. There is confusion at a specific aspect. And in our context, this context which I'm going to talk to you about today, we ask the teachers to evaluate their students' involvement in the classroom. I know for sure that there are different cultural aspects to students' participation in the classroom. For example, most of the Middle Eastern countries, or the East generally speaking, students tend to speak less in the classroom unless they are encouraged by the teachers to participate. In the West, usually it's the opposite. Students are usually very talkative. They challenge their teachers. They speak out to their mind, which is not all of that depends on the culture where the classroom is or where the institution is. However, in Saudi Arabia, we ask the teachers about their evaluation of their students' interaction or involvement in the classroom. The language teachers told us that interaction is reasonably high. The science teachers, they were divided into two groups. The non-native English speakers of science, they said interaction occasionally takes place, which means the students don't speak in the classroom, and only among very limited number of the students. The native English language speakers, they told us there is a reasonable amount of interaction, and students don't hesitate to ask for clarifications when the input is not clear to them. So we see there is a kind of division among the teachers. That brought us to the problem in the Saudi context. So the assumption behind which we use English to teach science, even chemistry and physics, is to motivate the students to increase their oral communication competency. But the opposite happened. So we looked into, in this context, in this university, we looked into those classrooms and we found the following. First of all, the students face more difficulties with the science classes taught in English more than English for the sake of English. Hypothetically, it should be the opposite, because when you teach English and you use it as a medium or as a tool and as a target, it should be more difficult than English as only a tool to convey science, because EFL per se is a kind of abstract, while CLIL is a kind of concrete knowledge. We noticed the low performance of the students in science compared to English, which is not anticipated from a theoretical point of view, and also no or low motivation among our students. The communication in the target language hardly takes place. They lean towards using Arabic as their mother tongue in the classroom, especially in science. This brings us to the key research questions about this talk. First of all, what are the linguistics and interactional features of this CLIL, or Content Language Integrated University Classroom, in the Saudi context? How do teachers and learners co-construct meaning in that context? How do they negotiate? How they interact inside the classroom? What's going on? What's the nature? Because understanding this nature of interaction inside the classroom allows us to work on it and improve it. Finally, the third question: what's the relationship between language, interaction, and orientation to content language in this classroom? How do they interact together to produce that context? As I said, the context is basically, or was, a university in Jeddah, and the method for collecting the data was audio and video tapes of teaching sessions, so a total of 16 hours. For the data analysis, we used two methods. One of them is corpus linguistics, and the second one, which is basically quantitative. It's about numbers, as I will show you. And conversation analysis, and this is the most important method. So basically, corpus linguistics led the investigation and directed it towards conversation analysis, where we looked at the micro details of the interaction in that context. For those of you who have no idea about or have few ideas about corpus linguistics, when we say a corpus, basically we are talking about a collection of text that is stored on a computer. So the key word here is collection and computer. So basically, the bigger the collection is and the better the computer is when it comes to processing the information, the better result we will have when it comes to corpus linguistics. This text can be either written or spoken, but if it's written or spoken, especially if it's spoken, we have to transcribe it in a way that turns it into a text that we can store in the computer. Usually, when you look at corpus linguistics, you look, generally speaking, at three functions, and these are the most important functions when it comes to corpus linguistics. Words frequency, how often every single word in that text was frequent. What's the frequency of each word? The collocation of words and concordances, the concordance lines. There are different examples, of course, of corpus worldwide. We have BASE, which stands for the British Academy Spoken English, the British National Corpus, Michigan Corpus of Academic Spoken English, and the Corpus of Contemporary English, American English, which is COCA. You cannot see it because of the screen. This is a screenshot of Wordsmith, which is one of the most famous and well-known programs when it comes to corpus linguistics. As you can see, this is a screenshot. It shows us for every single word that was used in that context, what is the frequency of that word, okay? And for example, you see the word "the," in our corpus, which is not a big corpus, it was repeated 2,359 times, which formed 4.5% of all the talk that was produced by the teachers and the students. It also shows us, did this word, for example, "the," occur in all the classrooms? Because as you see here, we have 8 classrooms, 8 sessions or 8 files, or only in one classroom. So it tells you about the nature or the linguistics characteristics of the text that you have. Number 2, which is the qualitative methodology that we use, is conversation analysis. And for those of you also who don't have idea about what is conversation analysis, it's a qualitative methodology. It looks at the data with attention to the details of the interaction. Everything in the interaction should be taken into consideration. The pauses, the overlap between the speakers, the repair when somebody says something and somebody else corrects them. Everything about the interaction, the verbal or non-verbal, it looks at that detail. Usually with conversation analysis, we don't use experiment. We don't use like before and after. No, we look at the data as it is. We just go to the classroom, record, and then take what we call naturally occurring data. And then we look at the data. We make the data talks to us, because we consider as conversation analysts that token interaction, or the talk that is used while interacting, is basically a situated achievement, which means that something that might change. It's fluid in its nature. It's constructed by the two participants, the two interlocutor, while they talk to each other, they construct it. So it's impacted by different elements that cannot be experimented, that cannot be organized or arranged by the scientists themselves. Though conversation analysis can be considered as a study of language in use, we have to be very careful that it doesn't look at the linguistic system, subject-verb agreement or whatever. No, it looks at communication as a whole, as a system. This is a screenshot of Transana, one of the most famous also programs that we use with conversation analysis. If anybody is interested in Transana, you go to transana.org, I guess, and you will find a lot of videos and also free training for Transana. Transana allows us to see the verbal and non-verbal interaction. As you can see, the video is uploaded here, so you can see the video. You can also track the waves or the physical characteristics of the talk. So for example, the pitches of the talk, when they go loud, when they go down, even the pauses. You can measure the pauses by part of the second. It allows you also to see where latches took place or overlap took place. And this is the way we do the transcript. As you see, it's a detailed transcript where even part of the seconds pauses are taken into consideration, because any pause that is longer than a specific number of seconds, it's considered as significant, which means that it has to be looked at. There is always awkwardness in silence, or there is a reason behind silence. Now, when it comes to the epistemological background of the two methods, conversation analysis and corpus linguistics, from a philosophical background, there is a kind of a tension between the two originally. However, since the study that was done by O'Keefe and Walsh, 2012, my PhD research also in 2012, that was the turning point. That was when people or scientists started to join the two methods together. Because as you see, for corpus linguistics, we look at the level of the word, and then we go upper to the level of word patterns and cluster patterns, and then the turn. The turn is the utterance. Once the speaker starts talking until they stop, we call this the turn. So the biggest level at which corpus linguistics operate is the turn. However, conversation analysis starts from the turn. It doesn't look at words in isolation. It looks at words within the turn, okay? And between turns. So it starts with turn, sequential organization, topic management, then the bigger context. So you see that they go at a kind of opposite direction. However, the area where they meet, the two methods, is at the turn level. So conversation analysis starts at the turn level, and corpus linguistics starts also at the turn level. That's why we decided that this study should look at the context, taken into consideration turn as the main unit of investigation. And that's why from now on, you will notice that I will be talking about turns rather than words in isolation. In our corpus, generally speaking, this investigation went through two phases. Phase one, which is quantitative, and phase two was qualitative. So phase one, we looked at the general number of tokens, which is the number of words spoken in the whole corpus. We noticed that there was 51,000 words, or a little bit more, produced in that context. Within 16 hours of teaching, 51,000 words were produced. And then we separated the corpus into two. So we took all the talk of the teachers and all the talk of the students, and we did the calculation again. So we noticed that the teachers produced 45,000 or more words, and the students produced 6,000 words. What does this tell you? This tells you about the asymmetric relationship between students and teachers in the Saudi context. Teachers do more talk than students. This should not be the case. In fact, Professor Steve Walsh, a friend of mine and my previous supervisor, talked a lot about teacher talking time. The teacher should not spend this time talking. Teachers should not spend more than 20% of the time of the classroom talking. The rest of the time should be for the students to express or to verbalize their knowledge and to get used to using the jargon of the language of the community of practice. And because we agreed that the unit of investigation is turns, we looked at the number of turns after the number of words. And we noticed that the number of turns, generally speaking, in the 16 hours, 8 classrooms, were 2,273 turns by teachers and students. But when we looked closely at the teacher's turns, the teacher spoke only 976 turns, while the students spoke 1,297 times. They took the floor, they spoke to the teachers. This shows that the students were speaking more than, or trying to speak more than the teachers. Yet, every time the teacher spoke, their turns were extended, what we call extended turns, because the average or the mean for the spoken words in each turn was 22 words per turn. Yani every time I speak, I produce around a little bit more or less than 22 words. This is the mean. But in reality, every turn, the teacher spoke 46 words per turn, and the students spoke only 4 words. What does this tell you again about the classroom? Teachers continue talking the continuous way. The students hardly say anything. If we assume originally that learning takes place when the students verbalize their knowledge, when they use the language, then that is the main reason why the students didn't learn. This is why the teachers were complaining about the students, because they were not given a chance to speak. Only 4 words per turn. Can you imagine if I ask the student a question, all what they say 4 words in a science classroom, what would those words be? Let's look closely. These are the most frequent words, generally speaking, in our context. You, we, I, so, this, okay, they, what, if. Those words are relatively higher than the reference corpus, which is basically the British academic spoken English. We compared the Saudi context to the British context, and we noticed the Saudis use those words more than the British in this academic context. What does this mean? We separated the corpus again, and we compared the teacher's corpus to the student's corpus. We noticed that the students either, it's remarkably higher. Look here, the students used yes 63 times, while the teacher used it 85 times. And yes and no were among the top used words in that classroom between the teachers and the students. So though they used it 63 times, if you look at the percentage here, it's 1.3 of the amount of talk they made. But the teacher used yes 85 times, but it was 0.2% of the talk that they made, which means that if we compare the two numbers, the students used yes more than their teachers. And the same with no, the students used it 0.9 time of the time they spoke, while the teacher used it 0.1 times. So by comparing the numbers and looking at it, we thought, why don't we look at yes or no and no as words in the bigger context and see why do they happen more than anything else? This is a science classroom. We're supposed to see more scientific words. We are expecting to see more words about why, explain, clarify, how does this happen? But what we saw is just yes and no. That drove us to look closely at the data. So now, when it comes to the numbers, the students used yes more than their teachers. They used it 191 times in every 1,000 words that they produced. 59% of the students' use of yes is as a freestanding token in a turn by itself, which means they say yes and stop, nothing added to yes, no further elaboration. And only 18 times they used it with other components, yani with other words, only 18 times. 59% of the yeses that they used was just to say yes, for the sake of yes. The teachers used yes 16 times, less than the students, in every 1,000 words they produced. However, only 5 times it was used as a freestanding, which means that the teachers used yes with other components. Only 5% times they used it alone. You see the difference between the students and the teachers now. The numbers reflect the interactive role of the students played in the co-construction of the meaning in this classroom. But it also shows the tendency of the students to use minimum linguistic resources, which means they don't elaborate. They just use yes and no to keep the flow of the conversation. The teachers used yes also 10 initially almost 44 times compared to 55 times in the middle of the term. Also, when used in the middle of an extended term by the teacher, yes was followed 18 times by discourse markers such as and, okay, and so. That make a shift in the topic, which means that the teachers used yes to mark the shift of the topic. So they say yes, like I agree with what you're saying, and then they change the topic that they are discussing. So their use is totally different from the students. Now let's look from numbers to words, and here comes the marriage or the interaction between the quantitative and qualitative data. A closer look at the data showed that despite the different turn lengths between the teacher and the students, they both used minimum response token to demonstrate multi-interactional functions. So they both used yes and no to do different things, not just to answer yes and no questions. For example, the teachers and the students uses the response tokens, which is yes and no, to carry out different interactional functions, like agree and disagree. So if I agree, I say yes. If I disagree, I say no. To acknowledge also things. So for example, if the teacher says or the student says give an answer, the teacher will acknowledge it by saying yes. To confirmation check, for example, when the teacher wants to confirm something from the students, she uses yes, and the same with the students. Also to respond to yes and no questions. Some of the interactional functions that are exclusive to the students use yes here more than the teachers. One of them is a response for other initiated repair. For example, when a student commit a mistake or make a mistake and the teacher correct her, or another friend or classmate corrects her, she will start her new turn by using yes. So yes here works as an acceptance of the other initiated repair. Sometimes as a response to display epistemic access to information. So they say yes to show that they know, they got the knowledge, they have access to the information that the teacher is discussing. There are other exclusive uses of yes and no for the teacher, such as positive and negative evaluation. When the students give the answer, they use yes or no as a feedback or as evaluation. The use of yes and no in this classroom shows us the relationship between the interaction and the pedagogical focus. So though they are simple words, yes and no, they were used by the teachers to show or to display their pedagogical focus when it comes to the classroom. Now, after all of that talk about theory and how we used conversation analysis and how we used discourse analysis to understand the conversation analysis and corpus linguistics. Now, how did this use of the two methods informed our practice in King Saud bin Abdulaziz University? How did we improve the practice, the teaching and the learning in our college? After this, and after looking at those problems, we looked at the classrooms. Here is an example of one of the classrooms. You see the T stands for the teacher and the S stands for the students. You will see a clear example of all the talk or all the facts that I have already displayed to you by saying the asymmetric relationship between the teacher and the students. The teacher talks continuously without giving the students enough space to breathe or to talk or to display their access to knowledge, or that they understood or they didn't understand. This is an example. We went to the data using, again, conversation analysis, the program that you saw, Transana. And this is one of the things, if we have time towards the end, I can show you how you can do this through Transana. Here is a teacher explaining to the students. Just imagine yourself being that student in this teacher's classroom. Equations for each set. The only connection between this, and she points at the board, and that, she is not given names. Look at this. Is that the time is going to be the same, because as the objects, this is a physics classroom, by the way, because as the objects have the same time to go up and down, it takes that time to go, and she points up, horizontal. So time in this equation and time in that equation are the same. Other than that, pointing at the board, there is no connection, and that will make life easier. Okay? Okay, looking at the students. Look at this silence, 2.7 seconds of silence. This is quite significant silence when it comes to the classroom. No response from the students. This did not alarm the teacher that she has to stop and check understanding. She continued in her teaching. So now, do we understand? Moving towards the board, she moved towards the board. Why this vector did not change size at the whole, did not change size. So she gives an answer, a question to the whole classroom, and she looks at the whole classroom. The teacher did not use any or a lot of the scientific terminology that she should have used instead of this and that. So she didn't help her students to understand the concept, to get familiar with the language of the community of practice. That's why the student didn't pick up enough information. They got to the knowledge. They know which vector is that and the equation that whether it's going up and down. But how can they put that into words when they are asked to answer? How can they verbalize their knowledge? All what the students said to the teacher question was yes. Do you think the teacher asked yes what? Can you elaborate? Can you clarify? No. The teacher took that answer as a clue that the students understood what she was saying. She went on and she said, it stayed the same while this vector along the y and it's so on and so forth. So you see here how the use of the two methodologies showed us, first of all, pointed at the direction of the problem. All of that was seen through the use of numbers, which is basically the corpus linguistics. It showed us that yes and no are used in a very significant way, more than a common classroom like the spoken corpus, the British spoken corpus. Then there is something specific about the Saudi classroom. Why do they use it more? Is it the teacher or the students? We found out that it's the students. So the students were deceiving to a certain extent the teacher by saying yes, claiming that they understood. But they didn't, and that's why their performance was low. The teachers were not alert, and they did not respond to this very short response from the student. So they didn't pay attention to what was going on in their classroom. Ms. Samreen, please inform me if I exceeded time. This is another excerpt that shows us a good practice, a good teacher. This is a chemistry classroom. Look at the teacher here. And again, we are looking at the same, yes, no, yeah, as a variation of yes, okay? So the teacher starts by saying, okay, look even at the pace in which she speaks. She doesn't speak like as fast as the previous teacher. Okay, in one sentence with stress, which means that she wants precision from the students. She wants them to be precise about using their language. In one sentence, not one word, not a whole paragraph, one sentence, flat. Can someone tell me what ionic bonding is? And again, she repeats in one sentence. The students pick up the floor, and she says, it's when you see the stretch here, and then the student uses her hand to show stretching, yeah? It's when one atom donates and the teacher didn't interrupt the student. See, she just nods no, telling her that there is something wrong without interrupting her. The student says, okay, which means that she got that she said something wrong. Okay, I get your message, teacher. Okay. And the teacher then goes, yeah, sorry, yeah, donate what? Complete, continue. The students goes again, an electron to another atom, and the teacher didn't interrupt the students. She goes, which is back channel, showing her that, yes, I am following your conversation. Can you please go on? Did she need to say, please go on? No, she didn't. She just said, which means that I am following. The student said, and the main electron gets positive charged. The teacher did not correct the grammar. The teacher did not interrupt the students. The teacher did not rush the student, gave her enough time. This is what we do in real conversation. When somebody talks to us, if we are interested in the conversation, we go, oh, really? All of those short but yet meaningful back channels, it shows interest in the conversation and it increases the other participant to go on in the conversation. The previous teacher used none of these conversational, what we call it, tools to get her students engaged in the conversation, to make sure that they learn or they have learned, or to check even their understanding. From that, we come to the conclusion. As you have seen, we saw how we used the numbers to direct us to look closely at the data. Then we used qualitative analysis, which is conversation analysis, to look into the data directed by the numbers that came out of our quantification policy. There is a big trend now worldwide, and I encourage all of you, if you are interested, there is a paper written by me that covers this topic in 2012, and there is another paper that just came out by Professor Sid Polhouse, one of the leaders in the field of conversation analysis, in 2022, in which he says why he changed his mind about the use of qualitative data, quantitative data, in addition to conversation analysis. For the pedagogical implications of the finding, for you as a teacher attending this talk, for you as a researcher who also goes to the classroom. For the researcher, your takeaway today is how the combination of the two methods showed us or put our finger on the core of the problem that has been there for decades in the university without us being able to know what was going on wrong. Following that, we gave some workshops and we raised the teachers' awareness about their use of language in the science classrooms, and the change has been dramatic since then. So as you see, there was a successful marriage took place between the students' limited linguistics resources and their use of other resources to interact. So the students were using very limited linguistics resources, just yes or no. However, they managed to make the flow of the classroom goes on. There was no moment of awkwardness in that classroom. That's why the teacher was deceived. She thought that everything was going well, but it wasn't going well. This successful marriage, which means the flow of that classroom, does not mean necessarily that they learned the content subject, which was witnessed through their results. For example, no evidence was found in the data that suggests that the students were learning things like identifying, which is a very important process in science, comparing, which is another important process in science, drawing conclusion, finding similarities. All of these were requirements for learning in general and learning science in particular, but no evidence was found in the used language in that classroom. If we believe that learning is a social activity that is strongly influenced by involvement and engagement in participation, then it's very important for us as management, as teacher trainers, as educators to know or to raise the teachers' awareness about their use of the language inside the classroom. As a teacher, always remember, you are like a truck driver. You know your language. You know what you want to do. You know your agenda. You know the roadmap. You are using the language as this truck that you can see to carry this information from point A to point B. So you know the road. You know it by heart. But always remember that your student is like a snail in a maze, like a snail trying to navigate the scientific system, trying to navigate this amount of information that is given to them. So please, when you use your language in the classroom, keep in mind that they don't know where is your class going to end. They don't know the end of the map. They know the road as you guide them through it. For that reason, please give the students more opportunities to display that having access to higher thinking skills, such as ask always why. Can you explain? Can you clarify? Always use techniques that are more sophisticated than just, do you understand? Are you following? Is this okay? Are we okay? All right. Is all good? Please stop using these questions. Move to more sophisticated techniques. Use the higher thinking skills questions to help your students. Always increase the waiting time. Allow the students to think the answer, rehearse it before they formulate their response. Don't ask the answer and immediately expect ask the question and immediately expect an answer. Give them time, please, to think about it before they say it. They might know it, but they don't have the tools to say it. Slow down the process of turn taking. Don't move from one student to another student like a storm. Give them time, please. Let them feel comfortable, okay? And slow down, please, the pace of the teaching. Signpost your instruction and seek clarification. Every time you move from one point to another point, make sure that they know that you have closed this chapter and that you are moving to another chapter. This part of the, okay, now we have finished discussing, for example, this part of the lesson. We will move to the next part, which talks about this and this and that. Signpost your lesson because they are as a snail, like you saw in the image. Teach process language and write it on the board so the students can refer to them while speaking. If you are teaching science or even English, for example, give them some helping verbs that helps them to give you the answer. For example, if we are talking about science, write for them similar, different, atomic, for example, Victor. Write it on the side of the board, just a small column, and keep it there. So when they explain to you, they can refer to them and use them as they speak to you. This way, they will get encouraged to participate more with you in the classroom. Use the minimal response token to display understanding without interruption. Please be careful of interrupting the students or interrupting their train of thoughts by correcting their grammar, for example. When grammar is not what you are teaching, if you are teaching literature, if you are teaching linguistics, I know that they are English language students. However, what you are teaching them, your learning outcomes, your goal is not, for example, subject-verb agreement. So what if they missed that when they are telling you a story or when they are doing some literary criticism, for example? I'm not talking about the writing. The writing is different because they have time to think about it. I'm talking about speaking. Interaction does not only promote, this is a quote that I took from the British Council website because I wanted to see how do they promote classroom interaction. One of the things that they mentioned that interaction does not only promote language development, but it also fosters the development of social skills such as politeness, respect for others. When you interrupt your students, definitely they're not going to learn how to respect, the common sense about turn taking. People need to operate successfully in any culture. It raise the confidence by giving your students a lot of praise, such as, give them always positive feedback, please. No, that's wrong is not something that's going to encourage them to participate. Their participation is not going to help them only. It's going to help them and you. It will help you by giving you an insight on the extent of the success of your teaching. Don't respond to the linguistic forms used to articulate a particular message. Respond to the message itself, unless you are teaching accuracy. Build the students' identity as participants in the classroom as a science community. Use your classroom as a science community, whether you are teaching literature, linguistics, science, mathematics, whatever you are teaching, always try to come up with a list of words that they need to carry out the task. If you're given, for example, appreciation for a poem or criticism for a poem, what language do you want to see them using? It doesn't matter if you do the task yourself. Think about it and think, what kind of language I anticipate my students to produce. Then give it to them in advance. This way you can differentiate between their lack of tools, which is the language you needed, and their understanding of the task itself. Every one of us knows how to appreciate a poem when it's in their mother tongue, but when it's in a foreign language, we need the tool for that. Provide support. Always give your students support. Brainstorm the task with them before you ask them to go home and write it or do it at home. Finally, becoming a member of the community of practice, which means to teach students to become a linguist, to teach students to become, an artist, to teach him to become a scientist, requires a higher level of language. This language should be purposely introduced by the teacher. It's your responsibility to equip them with the language, to be able to compare, describe, locate, criticize, appreciate, whatever you are targeting. That's the end of my talk, and I'm so sorry for taking so long. Thank you very much for your attention. If we have time for questions, I'll be more than happy to take them. If not, then I'll leave the floor.
Madam, could we, allow participants to ask the question? Some of the participants want to discuss something.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I turned off my screen, I guess, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the participant has left the meeting, but we have a question on a chat, so I can share with you.
I see some in the chat.
Mohammed Zafar has asked a question.
Yeah, there's a question from Mr. Muhammad Zafar. He is asking, does it mean better English leads to better conceptual understanding of science in classroom discourse? Well, when we talk about English, are we talking about English for science when you say better English for science leads for conceptual understanding? But if it's part of our agenda, we're using English as a mean to or as a tool to teach conceptual or scientific concepts. So our use of English, we're not talking about English per se. We are talking about the way we are using our English. English as a tool for negotiating meaning. English as a tool to clarify. English, because for the concept, not necessarily all science concepts are English. Some of them, as we know, are Latin originally. Yeah. So this one of the things that we have to differentiate. So we equip them with the concepts that they need. And then after that, the role of English here is just as a carrier. If they can ask, if they can negotiate, if they can clarify, if they can ask for clarification, okay? If they know how to explain a process, if they can show the similarity, for example, in a process, this will lead to better conceptual understanding. But what's the better tool or the best tool that they need? This is what the teacher will decide.
Right.
How
so it
do
would
you
help
control?
in better discourse. So
exactly.
it would be helpful. Right.
Yes, exactly. How do we control code switching? Mr. Muhammad, I'm not against code switching. I presented, I was presenting in March in TESOL Arabia in Dubai, and my paper was about translanguaging. I believe, and there is a paper coming out soon, it's called Translanguaging as a Pedagogical Tool. If the teacher knows how to use translanguaging, I would call it, rather than code switching, in a creative way, then sorry, are you talking to me? If the teacher can use interlanguages in a creative way, then this will lead to better learning, as evidence proved.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative presentation. You wonderfully explained that how classroom interaction have facilitative effect on target learning. And we also learned that classroom interaction may trigger for the learner to develop social skills in the social context. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to call our plenary speaker, Dr. Sajda Zaki from NAD University. She is a professor of English and Applied Linguistics and chairperson at the Humanities Department, NAD University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi. She has a rich professional career that spans over 25 years with experience as ELT, teacher, educator, administrator, and researcher. She's credited with the successful launch of bachelor, master, and doctoral degree program in linguistics and applied linguistics at the NAD University, beside revamping the humanities, social sciences, research, and English language compulsory and elective courses across undergraduate and postgraduate programs university-wide. As a senior academic, she has supervised 32 MS research projects in varied areas of English language, linguistics, and applied linguistics, with 4 successful doctoral theses on important applied linguistic topics, project-based learning as a pedagogical intervention in ESL classroom, and exploring the relation and impact of ESL emotional intelligence, self-efficacy, and teacher effectiveness, language in education policy frameworks for a multilingual Pakistani context, and reading instructional practices across public colleges in Karachi. She is an active researcher with numerous journal publications, conference, presentations, and book chapters. She received a visiting professor fellowship at Heidelberg University, Germany in 2014, and recently completed a visiting international professional residency program at Michigan State University in 2022. As a part of Pakistan's Senior Higher Education Women Leadership Program 2022 to 2023, sponsored by US State Department through US Embassy, Islamabad, Pakistan. She also participated in the Forum of Engineering Education held in UAE in 2010 She has won several projects grants from national and international funding bodies. She's serving various private and public universities, statutory and academic boards, and is affiliated with national and international journals as a member of the advisory and editorial board. The topic which she is going to present today, which is hybrid English language teaching, challenges and opportunities. Over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes,
Can
ma'am, you
some-
are.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm actually in Quetta at the moment, not in Karachi, so I was a bit worried. Maybe the internet connectivity might have a few issues. Anyways, I'll begin. Thank you so much. I am grateful to the organizing team at Jinnah Women University, especially the English department, Madam Samreen, for giving me this opportunity to speak at your prestigious event. And I hope that I'll be able to do justice to the theme that we are dealing with. Before I begin, I would like to share this one idea that English language and technology, it has gone hand in hand for almost the last 400 years. Very briefly, we all have under history of English language looked at the impact printing press had on the development and evolution of English language. I would like to refer to a study by Macrum and Cran, 1989, The Story of English, where they have talked about that when William Caxton brought in the printing press to England, it had a tremendous, profound impact on the way English language grew. It helped in its not just evolution, but also standardization. And I would like to read out one line from there. The introduction of the printing press caused the English to develop in ways never before conceived. So that was the tremendous impact of one technological innovation that happened back in 1476. Similarly, if I come to a recent past, that is in the 20th century, in the 1960s, we saw that there was a movement of introducing technology, especially the computer skills, at schools and colleges in the US. And from there, globally, in the most, it's always the technologically advanced countries or the developed countries that make the first move. So there was increasingly computer skills being taught at schools and colleges, and it was all happening at the background where there was a space exploration race between US and Russia. We know that in the 60s, and they were all trying to have the first man put on the moon. And this is where, again, we saw that technology started making inroads into the academia, into the education system. Then in the 70s, we saw numerous developments in the education discipline itself, where we saw computer-based instruction as a movement, and followed by, in our own linguistics and applied linguistics, calls for computer-assisted language learning, and lately we have heard of mobile-assisted language learning. So all of these again brought the spotlight that English language was directly affected the way technology was developed, and there was increasingly expectation made by the stakeholders that English language classrooms should connect with technology. Why? Because they are also situated within the educational setup, and educational setup was increasingly asked to teach technology skills because the landscape around us, the environment, larger, bigger environment, was changing rapidly. And this introduction of technology this introduction of computer-assisted language learning probably gave another impetus. And we saw that in the last century, we moved from English as a foreign language to 21st century, where we now see English as a lingua franca. It's a huge movement which spans over a period of 50 years. And this means that we are not, as ELTs, only aligning ourselves to the new role, scope, function of English language. Rather, we also need to look at what pedagogical developments, what strategies and what interventions are being suggested by the people who are experts in the field or who are doing research and coming up with models and methods for us. Now, when we talk about 21st century, we look at a very different world where English language classes have become center stage, immensely important. Why? Because we are introducing all of the soft skills that are required by students in order to go out and function in the society and in different workplaces or career paths. So increasingly, there's a shift, there's a demand that English language teachers should be equipped in order to deal with students' attributes that are demanded by employers and by the society. On the other side, we also see that 21st century, there is a greater emphasis in academia that we should move towards teaching global citizenship education. We should move towards attainment of sustainable development goals. And all of that has completely changed English language classrooms, or how we conceived English language, our pedagogy, our instructional design, or our classroom practices. Then came in the COVID. And this has taken us all ill-prepared. We made a very swift transition to technology integration. We made a crisis-oriented response, which probably was merely to a reason that in the last, and I can talk about my own personal experience here, that in the last 15 plus years that I've conducted teacher training, professional development, and teacher preparation programs in Karachi and elsewhere, I have introduced computer-based instruction approach. I have introduced computer-assisted language learning or mobile-assisted language learning. And it also always received a lot of resistance. Teachers were never interested to come out of their comfort zone. They were never interested in trying out this new method, which probably will make their English language classrooms and their major activity something as a fulfillment of goals and outcomes for them as well as their students. So under this backdrop, I can see that we resisted technology integration. We resisted technology augmentation, which probably was the call. So for 50 years almost, we tried escaping it. But then with COVID, we saw that how it came and it got thrusted upon it overnight. Within 3 weeks, 4 weeks time as a university, I had to respond and move the entire teaching learning online. And looking at the size of faculty that I was dealing with, looking at the number of sheer courses, I offer in a semester sometimes 130 courses. I'm sometimes dealing with a contingent of teachers, 80 teachers or 90 teachers in a semester. So you can just imagine that overnight or just at a schedule of 3 weeks time, if a university or a department has to move to technology completely, shifting all of the courses. So it was kind of a nightmare at all levels, not just at the university level. It was a nightmare for the people who were leading this policy and making this implementation. Also the teachers. I can talk about on and on experiences. For the first time, I realized that computer-based instruction never occurred to certain teachers at all. It never occurred in the last 25, 30 years to certain courses at all. I would not like to name anyone or single out any course, but this was across. And I think all of us, we have gone through the same experiences that we felt as if people are already familiar with how to make PPTs, how to run a slideshow. Probably we had some idea that people are able to deliver a very comprehensive oral communication or spoken interaction when they are conducting a class. But they all came as surprises to us when we saw that English language classrooms, they could never or even other disciplines, they could never show that kind of preparation on the part of the teachers. So I'll just take a response. I hope I'm still audible and clear to everyone. Can somebody please respond?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I'll continue. So this resulted in perhaps giving us an opportunity to think about, for the first time, what is there for us in technology, whether we are doing asynchronous, we are online, or now most of the places across the globe, they have moved hybrid. The theme of my talk is hybrid English language teaching learning. I would like to only give you one idea that after pandemic, I think the entire world has been jolted. We already see the rise of all of these disciplines that are now artificial intelligence, computer sciences, data analytics. We are looking at creation of new technologies. All of these have come in such a big way, and they are not going to change. It's so unfortunate that in Pakistan, I see that the minute we were out of the pandemic, we all resorted back to our traditional modes. Our classes have gone back to the traditional modes, and most of the teachers have given up on any progress that they made in the use of technology for English language or for other disciplines. So this is one observation that I would like to put forth, that there was an opportunity, it came, it was thrusted upon us, we tried to make the most of it. In 25 years, the progress we never made at institutional level or at Pakistan level, we saw that within a span of 3 to 4 weeks, we all responded back and we all upgraded our technology skills, and we tried to get hands-on experience as we moved in. There was no time for preparation. We were on one day creating our content, on the other day we were recording it. Sometimes it happened within the same time. During the day we created, and during night, because we do not have such family setup or such setup at home that we could record our lecture. So we used to wait for the entire world to stop, the silence to prevail, and in the middle of the night we were recording our lectures to be uploaded next morning and are made available to our students. So under these scenarios, we all probably overcame our own inhibitions. We overcame our own lack of readiness. We faced infrastructure and resource constraints at the same time, but we all tried to make some headway. And I think we all need to laud teachers globally, that teachers were the first people who responded and brought back normalcy to the education system. They deserve a lot of appreciation for their efforts. However, it is the teachers themselves who have gone back. You made headways. Some things that were not being done over the last 20 or 30 years, you tried to do them, and we made some progress. However, it's so frustrating as a chair, I know, as a senior ELT, I know that I don't see people using all of those technological tools that they were provided with, and probably they've made some very basic understanding or handling of these tools. But today they are available with consistency, with your practice, with usage, you can master it. You can use it at a better level of proficiency, which is not happening. So opportunity came, opportunity is still there. Rather, I would suggest that you know that right after COVID, all of a sudden we started a series of tools and technologies and software being made available for academia. And these tools, I think they are far better now in 2022 to what they were available to us in 2020. But have we really honestly tried to update ourselves and to upgrade our English language teaching. So that's a big challenge. The resistance that I've talked about, that it has been ages. Resistance is the biggest challenge. Opportunities are all around you. There are free technologies available. And even I would like to point out that at higher education level, at national level, we have seen that over the last 15 to 20 years, there was steady development of upgrading the technological side of academia and preparing us for the 21st century. I can only point out 2 or 3 things to give an evidence to support my argument. The first one is that we saw across Pakistan Prime Minister's laptop scheme. And I think that is one indication where we were preparing our students to upgrade their technology and be able to use technology and the available tools in order to learn their disciplines, master their disciplines, and probably prepare for a very different workplace and academia. Similarly, we have seen in every university, the creation of video conferencing seminar halls, lecture halls. We saw interconnectedness established by HEC. We saw digital libraries there. We saw some audio visuals created that allowed us to really invite from abroad people and have sessions and conferences done without spending any amount. And this allowed us to really have a global experience for our students. At the same time, I would like to also point out that today, through EduRoam, sitting in Quetta or sitting in, I just recently visited USA, and it was such a delight that the minute I entered through the gates of the university, I was automatically connected by the wonderful facility provided by Higher Education Commission, and that is EduRoam, that we can have educational roaming. The minute you step inside any university on the planet, any university, you are automatically, without asking anyone to provide you with the connectivity or with the password, you are connected. So there were opportunities created. We must acknowledge them. But then our biggest constraint remain our own inhibitions, our own lack of giving adequate time and energy to our professional development and preparing ourselves for the next phase as teachers. So this resulted in probably creating not a very helpful scenario that we see today. And this is where I would like to point out that even in English language classrooms, I see that there are 2 things that are lacking. First of all, English language classrooms have to come to 21st century English language classrooms. We have to situate our English language teaching, our pedagogy, our curriculum, our instructional design in the backdrop of 21st century global citizenship education. We need to see what are the goals, what are the aims of English language teaching. English language is no longer what we perceived in the 19th century or what we saw it in the 1950s or at the turn of the last century. We need to now look at how lingua franca will change completely the way. You are a virtual community today. I am sitting in Quetta and interacting with you. It's only because I'm capable of, and then we are connected for our daily workplaces, for showing solidarity with certain causes, showing solidarity with certain international developments. We are always creating voices. So English language has allowed us to participate in global platform, in the opportunities and the platforms that we have. So for this, we need to really bring our English language teaching as well as all of the ways we are doing it. I would like to also highlight here that what you see is the future of technology in English language teaching. It is likely to stay. It is not going anywhere. I think in future, you might see a steady rise in a university's enrollment. Why? Because they are offering wonderful online programs to an international audience. We have heard a couple of years back the largest enrollment in a happiness course offered by a university like Stanford or Harvard. We have seen recently Harvard online classroom. And we are just getting inspired each day. Only if we wish to be inspired, if we want to be inspired. Coming months, coming years, we'll see that there will be greater competition. Teachers, students, academia, programs that will move towards technology integration, that would probably have courses and teaching done online, hybrid, asynchronous, using all of the available platforms, they will be the winners. And the losers are, again, the same losers who probably low on their awareness and low on their technological usage, probably had a greater time in adjusting themselves to the new reality. So in this backdrop, most universities where we are today sitting and feel we have probably a safe career progression, probably we consider that we have a secured job. This will not be the reality in future. So the places that are not able to really respond, they might face difficulty in students' enrollment, in surviving, staying in business, because we've seen that overnight, prior to COVID, things that nobody was really interested in. Netflix became a giant, isn't it? There are so many others, bookstores, online libraries. We even saw Zoom, Team, and Google Meet. They all became a huge businesses overnight. So under this, I guess we all need to think about hybrid is likely to stay, online is likely to stay, technology integrated education, technology augmented language teaching. These are all the realities of 21st century, post-COVID. And though COVID has gone, probably we are never resorting to the same world that we were in prior. And this is a thought that I'm leaving with all young English language teachers who are online in this session, that think about your technology upgradation, because the world we are living in, it's rapidly changing, and probably we would in a span of 2 or 3 years, you can become so outdated. Earlier on, we saw that people became outdated in a span of 30 years. Today, you will see that in a mere months or years, you will be so outdated that you will not be able to really sustain employability. You will not be able to probably sustain your career. So these are realities of the 21st century. Thank you very much. I think my time is up. I should end my talk here, and I would be very briefly responding to question answers, a couple of question answers. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. We are pleased to hear you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. Well, you taught us today that no matter how long the teacher works in teaching profession, issues and challenges are inevitable, and we definitely need to be trained to meet the changing language learning needs. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, I'm going toward our next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Zebunissa Mahesa. She is doing Master in English Language from University of Karachi. She has the experience of a web content writing at Applet Technology. And moreover, she has worked as event planner and event management. The topic she is going to present today, exploring the efficacy and blended learning as a pedagogical method on undergraduate graduate students. Over to you, ma'am. And please allow the session chair.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you please allow me to share my screen? Am I audible?
Ma'am, just wait a second. Give me a second.
Yes.
Now I would like to call Ms. Nida Asad for this session chair. Now you are going to conclude and comment for our presenters. Now I'm going to call our next presenter, Ms. Zebunisa Maheser. She is doing Masters in English Linguistics from University of Karachi. She has the experience of web content writing at Applet Technology. Moreover, she has worked as an event management and planner. The topic which she is going to present today is exploring the efficacy of blended learning as a pedagogical method on undergraduate students. Over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu
Ma'am,
alaikum. Can you
Yes, all the rights are shared with you. You can share your screen as well.
okay.
You are co-host.
Okay. Is the screen visible to you all?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Ibn-Nisa Maheser. Today I'm here to present my research exploring the efficacy of blended learning as a pedagogical method on undergraduate students. Starting with introduction, let's first begin with a brief background about the research. So, what is learning? Learning is basically acquiring knowledge through study, and it is partly facilitated by teaching. Therefore, it can be said that without effective teaching, knowledge does not transcend, and as a result, learning does not take place effectively. The traditional practice of learning and acquiring knowledge entirely depends upon being tutored face to face by a teacher. It is assumed that this type of teaching promotes learning in the best way possible. Now, it might not have come to us earlier, but now, with the world progressing at a fast pace, it has become quite clear that teaching, specifically in a traditional face-to-face classroom setup, needs some modification. Why? Because the emerging technological use in the educational system all around the globe has proven to be extremely beneficial, which is why traditional face-to-face practice of teaching is becoming outdated. However, the dilemma here is that in modifying the traditional face-to-face practice of teaching to suit the modern world, there has to be a balance of traditional and modern aspects, which means neither we can keep technology out of the educational systems entirely, nor we can give technology complete hold of the educational systems. This is where blended learning approach paves the way for the modification of traditional educational system into a system which can be more relevant for the modern day students. It is a hybrid approach that involves both traditional and modern aspects of teaching. This approach has been trending among all the educational systems in the world, and its success rate has been mind-blowing so far. But there is a problem. Although the world has well received this approach, but countries like Pakistan are still facing quite a number of challenges due to various limitations. Moving on to the purpose statement. So the purpose of this study was to explore the efficacy of blended learning as a pedagogical method on undergraduate students of Pakistan. Because although the success of blended learning around the world is quite phenomenal, but the challenges that are being encountered here in Pakistan in putting blended learning to use are not quite common in other countries. Therefore, this needed to be checked whether blended learning can be as successful in Pakistan as it has been all over the world. The scope of this research is that as its results will reveal the limitations and challenges that might or might not be hindering the effectiveness of blended learning approach in Pakistan, it will help in applying blended learning approach in the educational systems of Pakistan more accurately in the future. Moving on to literature review. Now, why do you think the use of blended learning approach has been increasing? A research conducted by Hilliard in 2015 revealed that the rate at which blended learning is expanding globally has been 46% per year. The reason behind it gaining so much popularity is that it emphasizes on creating a classroom that promotes active learning and participation in the students, rather than passive participation by mere observation, as discovered in a research conducted by Olgren in 2009. Likewise, the study of Kenneth and Newcomb, conducted in 2011, tells us something similar about blended learning approach, that it promotes active learning. How does it promote active learning? In blended learning approach, the achievement of learning objectives is the main focus, for which appropriate learning technologies are applied that match the learning style of students to transfer right set of skill to the students at the most appropriate time, as the research conducted by Singh and Reed in 2001 reveals. Whereas traditional classroom teachers, as uncovered by the research of Beaver and Chi, conducted in 2005, used to focus entirely on face-to-face lecture-based teaching, where students had to passively observe and withdraw information from the lecture. This type of classroom only encourages a set of students to learn actively, whereas the rest of the students get easily disinterested in the learning process and often disengage from the classroom. However, even in a well-organized blended learning classroom, problems like low motivation of students do occur, as revealed by the research of Ismail, Mahmood, and Abdul Mahmood conducted in 2018. But such problems can be solved easily. However, in Pakistan, the issues are different, completely different. Like, for example, lack of technology in designing a course in accordance with the principles of blended learning. Therefore, here in Pakistan, the challenges that blended learning approach is faced with, like lack of resources, lack of technology, internet issue, electricity issue, and several other issues, as revealed by the research of Hussain, Shehzad, and Ali conducted in 2019, are hindering proper adoption of blended learning in Pakistan. Another research conducted by Iram, Bhatti, Abbasi, and Dilshad in 2020 highlighted similar issues. However, both of these studies were conducted on the students of public sector universities. This leads us to the research gap. Various studies have explored the issues and success rate of blended learning in public sector universities of Pakistan. However, not much has been explored when it comes to private sector universities of Pakistan. Now comes the methodology. The method that was used for carrying out this research was qualitative method. It was useful in capturing the ideas and perspectives that have never been noticed before. In qualitative method, one-on-one interviews were conducted with undergraduate students of a private university and their responses were collected. The design of this research is descriptive, as it desired uncomplicated descriptions that mainly focused on the details. The sampling technique used for this study was convenience sampling technique. With this technique, 6 undergraduate students were picked from a private sector university. The data was collected through one-on-one structured interviews with the participants. One-on-one interviews really help to explore the individual experiences of the participants in depth. Thematic analysis was chosen as the data analysis tool for this research. The reason behind choosing this tool was that it is relatively easy and flexible. Thematic analysis worked by pointing out common themes, words, and ideas in the individual responses of the participants, and those themes then helped in drawing out a clear-cut conclusion. After methodology comes the most interesting part of this research, that is discussion and findings. Interesting because unlike other researches conducted in Pakistan related to blended learning approach, the findings of this research were quite the opposite. About the teaching practice of blended learning, it was quite evident from the responses of the participants that blended learning is being used in Pakistani universities as a pedagogical method more frequently than was assumed. Technologies like multimedia, PowerPoint presentations, videos, audios, online classes, etc., were being used along with some elements of traditional teaching practices. About gains and benefits of blended learning, Most of the time during the interview, respondents kept emphasizing how beneficial blended learning had been for them. They mentioned that it was not boring, unlike traditional teaching practice. It provided them much needed technological exposure. It helped those who have a very short attention span. It made them one with world, as the knowledge available on the internet is quite updated, unlike books which become outdated after some time. It catered to all the students of different learning styles, especially the visual learners. Such a positive response, unlike most of the blended learning researches conducted in Pakistan. About problems and issues of blended learning, considering the problems and issues highlighted by other blended learning researches conducted in Pakistan, the respondents did not highlight many issues. The only problems that were reported were of eye strain and headache due to excessive screen time. Some respondents also mentioned that their teachers were not very good with technology. Moving on to the last section of this presentation, that is conclusion. This study presented interesting results, as it can be established that blended learning in private sector universities of Pakistan is almost in its full-fledged state. Coming over to the effectiveness of blended learning as a pedagogical method in private sector universities of Pakistan, it is quite evident that blended learning has been affecting the teaching learning process positively. However, this study also pointed out some issues and problems of blended learning, like lack of technological training, eye strain, and headache. Overall, despite these issues, the efficacy of blended learning as a pedagogical method has been quite phenomenally positive in private sector universities of Pakistan. Here are some recommendations that teachers should be given at least some basic technological training in the educational institutes of Pakistan so that the problem of not being very familiar with the technology can be resolved. The lectures should be planned such way that the students don't have to look at a screen for the entire time of a class. Also, the students should try to minimize their extra screen time of scrolling through social media apps or watching shows online. That's all from my side. Thank you. Lafis.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative presentation. Now, the second presentation of this session is regarding politeness maxims used and violated by social media Facebook users by Dureshewar, Aurangzeb Pario, and Sara Simi under the supervision of Ms. Shagufta Yasmin. Dureshewar is doing her bachelor's degree in English from Behria University campus, Karachi. Her major subject is linguistics. Being language student, she has developed good writing and communication skill. She is currently working as public speaking trainer at Best Training and Consultancy. Sara Simi is doing her bachelor's degree in English linguistics from Behria University, Karachi. She is certified content writer and has 3 years of experience in the same field. She is currently working as a senior content writer for a renowned website. Now, Aurangzeb Pario is doing bachelor's degree in English linguistics from Behria University, Karachi campus. He has developed core skills in writing, marketing, and business skills. He's currently a freelancer, entrepreneur, and digital marketing executive at Best Training and Consultancy. Then Ma'am Shagufta Yasmin is a senior lecturer and research coordinator at Behria University, Karachi campus. She is a certified Cambridge University oral communication trainer. She has over 25 years of experience. She has also trained teachers of various institutes in which the City School and Hamdard College and school faculty are included. She is an active researcher. Over to you, ma'am.
Ms. Dureshewar, you are allowed to share your screen, please.
Yes, ma'am. Can you please tell me is my screen is visible?
No, it's not shared now. Ms. Sara is also co-host. She can also share the screen if you are having any kind of problem.
Is it visible now?
Yes, now it's shared.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Duresh Shehwar, along with my research partner, that is Sara Simi. We are here today to present our research paper on the topic politeness maxims used and violated by social media Facebook users. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to say thank you to Jinnah University for Women Department of English for arranging their third international virtual conference on English language and literature and giving us this huge opportunity to present our research papers. I like to start my presentation with a quote that is very much related to our topic. That is, treat everyone with politeness, even those who are rude to you, not because they are nice, but because you are. Okay, so let's begin with the abstract. As we all know that communication plays very important role in our daily life, and politeness works as a social rule in the process of communication. In this regard, the purpose of this research is to find out the usage and violation of politeness maxims by social media Facebook users. Politeness maxims were proposed by Leach in 1983, namely tech maxim, generosity maxim, approval maxim, which is also known as approbation maxim, the modesty maxim, the agreement maxim, and the sympathy maxim. The sample of this research is the users of social media, Facebook particularly. This research is qualitative and descriptive in nature. A sample of this research consists of 60 comments from Facebook users on Facebook post. In this research, Facebook comments are the secondary source of data collection. In order to analyze the data, thematic analysis is used. Let's move towards the introduction. So language is a system of communication. Social life will, not work if there is no language as a bridge for human to communicate and interact with others. Therefore, language is a simple symbol that keeps human alive. Caddiswin 2011 said that language is like a vehicle of social interaction between different members of a community. Technology makes humans able to communicate and interact through different digital intermediators. Social media also plays important role in human life because in like in the advancement in technology, it makes people accessible to different social media applications, and people can interact and communicate through cyberspace. Social media has various types of platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, and many more. One of the most popular social media in Pakistan is Facebook, and in Facebook we can access any type of people from any background. That is the reason why we have adopted for a Facebook platform. Okay, so language I. Catuswan defined politeness as the speaker's language expression that respect the right of participant in an interaction. Politeness is an act that makes addressee feels important. Actually, politeness is a kind of social rule in communication, and it structures our communication, which usually results into meaningful and productive communication. Also, it is a kind of disposition one usually have towards other people that enables us not to hurt someone's feeling or do things that make them feel unwanted. Whenever individuals speak to other people, they try to be as polite as they can in terms of our word collection. They are tactful in what they say, even they try to remain polite in a certain situation where they usually don't mean it. Sometimes people say things that are not polite. In this condition, they maybe try to apologize through cognitive ability. People easily recognize when they are not polite in their speech because they have some sense of politeness while addressing other people. Also, Leach in 1983 proposes 6 politeness maxims that I already have mentioned. And also, I would like to put attention to the citation of Holmes, that he states that politeness involves assisting in the maintenance of social harmony while avoiding social conflicts. This means by being polite, that means one is using the politeness maxims, and he or she can avoid social conflict. On the other hand, those who are not polite, they are violating the social rules of politeness maxims, and they are more results in, and they can usually results into social conflict. So the problem statement of this research is very evident that uh, nowadays social media is very powerful medium to communicate, and it has so much influence on the society. At this time, like we all know that the role of social media in life is important because most people have become its users. And after the inclusion of social media in people's life, language violations that initially only occurred in the community with bad behavior, currently social media contributes to language violations that occur in society. Social media currently plays an important role in human life because with advances in technology, people can communicate and interact through cyberspace. So, due to the use of social media, the development of people language that was originally observable is now difficult to control. Because of the difficulty to control language in social media, people are affected by language violations. And language violation is basically a misuse of language rules consciously or unconsciously, one of which is politeness maxims. Therefore, the research identified this problem and aims at find out the violation and usage of politeness maxims by social media users. As far as research objective is concerned, the objective of this research is to find out the usage and violation of politeness maxims by social media Facebook users. The research question that we have is which politeness maxims are used and violated by social media Facebook users. Now, here are some previous studies that are related to our current present research. First of all, we have research study on the topic politeness maxims used by English students program study at STKIP Tama Siswa Bima. So the findings and conclusions of this study revealed that among all 6 types of maxims, tech maxim was dominantly used, performed various functions such as declarative function, apology function, and imperative function. Then we have another study, And the topic of this study is politeness strategy in maxims used by students and staff of language at arts and faculty. And the results showed that staff and students used 4 out of 6 types of politeness maxims. They were tech maxim, approbation maxim, agreement maxim, and generosity maxim. And the most importantly used maxim was tech maxim. Then we have another study. The topic of this study is the politeness principles, types, and forms used by teachers of English language teaching. And the results of this study concluded that the study revealed that all type of Leach politeness maxims were used, and the forms that were found are declarative, imperative, and interrogative. Then we have another study which was conducted by Surly in 2021, and it was descriptive and qualitative research on the topic based on violation of Leach politeness maxims. The objective of this research was to describe politeness maxims usage and violation by Arteria Dahlan. He's basically a political figure in Indonesia, and his talk was basically analyzed through a talk show. Data was collected by downloading the YouTube videos and note-taking techniques so that the violation of politeness maxims can be identified. So finally, the result showed that 4 maxims were used and 3 were violated. The maxims that were violated are agreement maxim, modesty maxim, and approbation maxim. And the reason of violating the agreement maxim was the disagreement with the statement of interlocutor. For the violation of modesty maxim, the reason was that the Anteria Dahalan was overconfident and boosted. And the approbation maxim was violated because he was offended. Okay, so as far as significance of this study is concerned, based on the background of the study, the significance of the study is that there are so many researchers that have done research on politeness, but particularly in Pakistan, there is limited research conducted on the violation and usage of politeness maxims. That is the reason why this study is significant, because we are conducting this research particularly in the context of Pakistan, and we have chosen a platform of social media which is not yet worked on. Moreover, Pakistan is an Islamic country where politeness is considered to be an important part of communication. That is the reason why we as a researchers are interested to explore the usage and violation of politeness maxims. Also, it is important to consider the importance of politeness in language, because careful word selection can give good effect to all people, especially the students. So the limitation of this study is that this qualitative research only looks at Facebook users, not all social media platform users. The study did not target any demographic details of users. Now I would like to hand over to Sarah Simi to continue this presentation.
Thank you so much, Dureshafar. Is my screen visible or not?
Yes,
Sarah,
it's visible.
Is visible?
Yes.
All right. So, Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for having us. So, I will explain the methodology of our research study, that is usage and violation of politeness maxims by Geoffrey Leach in social media users, that is Facebook specifically. So in our research study, we use the descriptive qualitative study. Why descriptive qualitative study? Because it gives us an opportunity to look at what are the maxims the users are violating and on where specific areas they are violating. The sample technique we use the sample size of our research is 86 comments, as Facebook is a huge platform, and nowadays in our today's generation, everybody is having a Facebook account, and we are using Facebook on daily basis. So the main purpose of using Facebook, why not other apps, is because it has a humongous amount of data. We can get lots of comments and lots of not only usage as well as violation, because our study specifically look over not only usage but as well as violation. So Facebook gives us a humongous amount of data. So the sample size of our study is 86 comments taken from social media platform, specifically from Facebook. And among these 86 comments, we analyzed 60 comments. The data collection tool, as I mentioned before, and as Dureshavar mentioned before, is the platform of Facebook, because it is a public platform, and we are using in our day-to-day lives. And today's generation, our new young generation and the teenagers are using it on daily basis. So the data collection tool, the data we collected from Facebook is basically secondary data, because the comments are already available on the platform on Facebook, and this is basically our secondary data we taken from Facebook. The data analysis and the procedure of our data is basically Brown and Clark model. Thematic analysis, we are going to done our thematic analysis on our collected data and applied the Brown and Clark model, in which themes we generate different themes, and later on we applied different codes on these themes. And after processing these steps, we get our conclusion. Thematic analysis applied on the collected data, and later on we find themes and codes. Oh, so I would like to mention that me and my group mates are currently doing this research. So from the findings of the 60 comments, we came to a point that there are approbation maxims which are used and violated in the platform of Facebook by the users. After approbation maxims, the users used and applied the agreement maxim, then tact maxim, then sympathy and modesty maxim, respectively. And after researching and finding the comments, after researching the comments, we came to know that approbation maxim is mostly violated, and generosity maxim has a 0 to no violation and usage in the platform of Facebook comments. These are the details that are mentioned in the above table. From this methodology, and after the analyzation of thematically analyze the comments, we are going to complete our study. The research is still going on, and me and my group mates, and we are now researchers, are soon to be complete our research in the coming month of December. And from this process, we are going to find out that what are the leashes maxims that are used and violated by the social media users, that is Facebook users. So the usage and violation of the maxims can also be identified with the help of mixed method and quantitative method. And moreover, different social media platform, as we take Facebook platform, different social media platforms can also be taken, such as WhatsApp, YouTube, LinkedIn, or any other different platforms, which can help in analyzing or identifying different themes and different leases maxims that are used and violated in different social media platforms. That's all from my side, and thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for the Jinnah University for having us.
Thank you so much for our presenters for giving us the awareness that how politeness maxims are used and violated by social media, especially Facebook users. Now, our next presenter of this session are Ms. Maria Nisar and Mr. Mohammed Arif. The topic which they are going to present a descriptive analysis of cultural impact of China-Pak economic corridor on Pakistan and Chinese culture. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen. Is it visible to you?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Yes, madam,
okay.
we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I am very thankful for providing me this opportunity to present my research paper in this beautiful platform. And I am Aryan Sar, and I am from Faisalabad, and I am pursuing my PhD degree from Shanghai University School of Foreign Languages, China. And my co-presenter is Muhammad Asif, who is Virtual University, who is from Virtual University, Multan campus. Unfortunately, he is having an urgent work today, so that's why he's unable to present. And I'm also going to present on his behalf. So,
No problem.
Okay, thank you. And moving towards my topic, the topic of my presentation is future implications of CPEC, a descriptive analysis of cultural impact of China-Pak economic corridor on Pakistan and Chinese culture. So here is the outline of my presentation. First of all, I would like to present about the introduction of my research, then significance of the study, then research objectives, research questions, literature review, research methodology, then results and discussion, then future implications, conclusion, and then references. Well, here is the introduction of my research. I would like to start about the research of my. I would like to start the topic with these beautiful words about the relationship of Pakistan and China. It is said that the relationship of Pakistan and China is rich in their connection. It is like higher than mountain, stronger than steel, deeper than ocean, and sweeter than the honey. So these are the beautiful lines about the relationship of Pakistan and China. So the relationship between Pakistan and China started in 1950. Both countries are playing the role of sincere friends because these two countries are very sincere with each other, and their friendship is a role model for other countries. Both countries have solid relations, and this planned relation was continued by Pakistan because they acknowledged the China as a nation state. So it is also said that CPEC is playing the role as a game changer because this project is a bonus. Because this project has multiple packages for the country. So and it is a big source of development as well as true friendship for both countries. CPEC is also beneficial in the context of culture because there are a lot of studies which have been conducted on this topic, but there are limited studies which have been talked about the cultural impact of the CPEC. So because CPEC is rounded and the eye of today's the word, and it is a complete set of inexpensive economic creativities from China. Just the drive project once introduced will kick start an industrial prosperous in Pakistan. So these both countries have solid relation economically, politically, as well as socially. Well, here is the significance of the study. Cultural significance of CPAC is worth mentioning here because culture is very wide term. It has many components or it consists of various elements. For example, language, values, norms, eating habits, food, wearing styles, interaction with others, greetings, tourism, art, music, and millions of others. Because all these characteristics we find in a culture. The history of cultural relations between Pakistan and China goes back to the period when trade, tourists, intellectuals, and government agents voyaged on camels through the Silk Route from one state to another. So the success in future through this project, if we talk about the positivity of the CPAC, after signing the CPAC by the government of Pakistan and China, a number of measures are taken to culturally connect two nations. So language is also one of big hurdle of the communication between the people of two states. But to overcome this gap, government of Pakistan offered fully funded scholarship along the introduction of Chinese language course at different technical institutions, even free of cost. Initially, Chinese experts have been hired to teach Chinese language. If Chinese language will be introduced as compulsory subject in early classes and optional subject in degree classes, then the next generation will be Chinese literate and will be in better position to avail good jobs in Chinese companies working in Pakistan. So this is one point here which is positive and will spread the positivity in Pakistan if we in the context of cultural impact. Through this project, not only the future of Pakistan will be brighter, rather than the future of China will also be enhanced through this project. Well, here are the research objective. The research objective of my research paper are to evaluate the significance of CPAC in the background of China and Pakistan's economy. Then future implications of cultural impact on both countries are expected through this project. And to converse the chances as well as trials from the CPAC for Pakistan as well as China. Well, here are some research questions about the study. What are the cultural impacts of CPAC on China and Pakistan with its future implications? The second question of my research is how China and Pakistan can be affected by the opportunities and challenges of CPAC. Well, here is the literature review of the study. The literature, a lot of studies which have been conducted on this research, which I have studied. And here I will mention some literary points about the study. The literature export to the certified announcement of China's assets in Pakistan in April 2015, which positively performs and its influence on both countries after joining the Gwadar as well as Shenzhen on equally economics. Javed and Jahangir 2015 studies. The relationship between Pakistan and China was stimulated among all sectors found by previous research, Shah 2015. So it paved the ways for Pakistan and Chinese policymakers to build a potential relationship between these two countries. The one main point is One Belt Road behind this project, which includes Silk Road economics as well as 21st century maritime Silk Road leads to the significance of OBOR. Well, CPAC is also considered as a game changer, as I talked previously, as well as it is a mutual buzz today. Yes, no doubt, it is a game changer, not only economically, rather culturally as well. So, as a nation is guided by its culture because culture is the way of life of a nation. So Pakistani culture is, if we talk about the Pakistani culture, which is very beautiful than other ones, it has its richness and significance. As a result, the coming generation is enhancing towards their culture and they are not being familiarized with their own culture. Asif et al. 2019 argued that there must be a joint venture funding mechanism for the future, particularly in transforming language and culture between China and Pakistan. So here is the research methodology of my study. To attain the key concepts of this study, the methodology is comprised of an interpretive view, concentrating on the strategic and social characteristics of the CPEC projects. The situation and stance of China and Pakistan were analyzed by reviewing the security, political, as well as economic related features. So the data which I have collected for this study was narrative and the method was qualitative. The secondary sources which are used to gather the data like academic studies, official documents, as well as social media, which highlighted the careful and geographic implications of the CPEC project. So it can be said that to improve the value and understanding of CPEC culturally in the context of Pakistan and China, exploratory research method was used. So I used exploratory method, and the nature of my research was qualitative. Well, here are the results and discussion about the study. There are some improvements and visionary advantages of both countries. So if first we talk about the importance of CPEC for China in the context of culture. So presently China is a dependent country because of the need for oil. Therefore, this project will offer an opening to China's industries as well as isolated subdivisions to attach with the world's firmest developing economy through Pakistan. In this way, the advancement of China's technology will be improved through this project. The area of China where the government has full domain, Shenzhen as well as Tibet are China's essential territories will be improved. There are numerous proposals for Chinese investors from Pakistan because of the low labor cost. So it is good not only for Pakistan but also for China. Well, here when we talk about the positive impacts and culturally, not only Chinese but also for Pakistan. So here are some points which I have studied and we have drawn from the results. Among all South Asian countries, Pakistan became the first transfer hub through CPEC. Through CPEC, Pakistan will be progressed in the energy crisis as well as in the trading system with other countries. Pakistan's economy will be enhanced. Against rival India, Pakistan will be connected with natural hubs through CPEC. The future of Pakistan will be enhanced through this project, and people will come from other countries to get their jobs. Tourism will be increased, and people will get job opportunities in Pakistan after learning the Chinese language. Yes, no doubt, after learning the Chinese language, people will get a lot of job opportunities, and the future of the youngsters will also be brightened. Well, here are some future implications about the study. To smooth construction of this project can be delayed because of the negligence of the government, and it can provide an opportunity to all the activists as well as terrorists. So the second future implication of the study is security should be provided for foreign workers for different works of the project by the government. Full care as well as help should be provided for foreigners. The multiple dollar project should be discussed by the government with other provinces. The full detail of this project should be addressed with all the political parties of other provinces. So for a peaceful environment in the country, cultural development as well as commercial developments, other provinces and governments should work collaboratively, and they should also think about the future of this project. For mutual advantage, all parties should be united and discuss their issues in politics. So, intended for implementation of the China-Pak Economic Corridor, all parties would be expressed fully to support this project. Well, here is the conclusion of the study. The research emphasized the advantages as well as cultural impacts of CPEC on China and Pakistan with its future implications. It played the role of game changer and a growing tree for both countries. So the spark of hope is being transferred not only for Pakistan but also for China with other countries like Iran, Afghanistan, as well as Turkey. who desire to join the project. Both countries should be considered it like an international vision apart from financial benefits. So in this regard, serious steps should be taken now by Pakistan to promote their culture from all aspects. So, and it can increase both countries with the development through minor influences inventing from Kashmir as well as Punjab. So it can be said that CPEC will promote the culture of both countries from every aspect. In this way, the future of both countries will be excellent with its development. Well, here are some references from my study. Thank you. That was all from my side.
Thank you, ma'am, for in-depth analysis of cultural impact of China-Pak Economic Corridor. And I hope that China-Pak Economic Corridor is a hope of better region of the future with peace, development, and growth of economy. Now, I would like to call our last presenter of this session, Mr. Zuhaib Hassan. He is a certified trainer at Pakistan Safety Council. His field of interest includes quality management, leadership, and sustainability. He has recently completed postgraduation MS in quality management from Superior University and postgraduate diploma in total quality management from Punjab University. His professional experience is regarding ISO audits and compliance audits in different organizations. He has attended more than 65 international conferences to enhance knowledge and polish skills which will be helpful in future career. He is a member of different international organizations, and his topic of presentation is challenges faced to online education and learning in Pakistan during COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for providing the opportunity to present my paper. Introduction. In order to ensure that students are not left behind without a way to learn and to stop the virus from spreading, the authorities suggested adopting alternatives to traditional learning techniques in situations after the sudden closure of educational facilities due to the appearance of COVID-19. E-learning is the name given to the formal educational system that uses electronic resources. The use of computer technology and the internet is the essential element of e-learning, but teaching can take place inside or outside of classroom. When the COVID-19 virus emerged, the conventional educational approaches were replaced with online learning, since social meetings at educational institutions are thought to be represent opportunities for the virus to spread. Meanwhile, the use of technology in educational settings has long been a subject of global debate on a scale. Similar to this, using ICT in Pakistan is advised to get the best outcomes because it improves teachers' pedagogical skills and encourages students to engage in active learning. The Higher Education Commission urged university administrators to start offering courses online. It has been a hit in a lot of nations. The Higher Education Commission in Pakistan overcame several obstacles and deserves praise for maintaining pragmatism during the crisis by providing technical support to colleges and developing a number of online education policy guidelines. In a significant worldwide interactive learning experiment, schools and institutions all around the world have abundant in-person instruction in favor of online learning. Professionals use the tool of internet and current software and technology to provide outside the traditional conceptions of education in order to excel in their careers. This points to a great opportunity for educational services to reconsider how schools operate in order to meet contemporary economic demands. This study tries to uncover issues that online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic encountered. The focus 6 universities of Lahore City's management, faculty, and students made up the research population. Teachers and administration receive two different sorts of questionnaires, while students receive a polling survey to complete using Google Form. The statistical study of the outcomes uses the descriptive approach. We have obtained encouraging discoveries through the evaluation of the data that highlight some of the difficulties and offer recommendations. Statement of the problem. This research is aimed at identifying the challenges faced in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the research questions are, what challenges have students and teachers faced in online education and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic in Pakistan? What recommendations can be suggested in order to overcome the challenges faced in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic? As you can see, the theoretical framework in front of you indicating the independent variables and a dependent variable. These are the research hypotheses evolved from the theoretical structure H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. Methodology. The research has followed an exploratory methodology. This strategy is being used to determine the difficulties encountered in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic. 6 universities were chosen as a sample because they had the trait of being public institutions authorized by the same provincial government. The selection of the sample is justified by its similar environment resilience on a similar exceptional ministry location and natural setting. The students and faculty of the 6 universities that were the subject of the study completed 99 questionnaires for each university. In order to carry the reliability and validity of the data for results, the researcher employed triangulation. Therefore, the researcher used questionnaire for the teachers, interviews with the management, and polling survey for the students to conduct this triangulation. As you can see, the categorization of students, teachers, and management of the focus 6 universities in the form of table 1.1. Findings based on the student's viewpoint. According to the students, multimedia forms of the scientific methods are one of the most important ways that e-learning is used. The students concur that online education and learning is beneficial, that it enhances their academic standards, and that it keeps them secure. According to students, the main challenge to the implementation of e-learning is the poor quality of internet services. The students showed that there are drawbacks to e-learning, with the main one being that it puts more pressure on students while lessening the workload for teachers. The students concur that time management is no doubt a success factor, but it was a big challenge during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the students, the main obstacle to the implementation of online education and learning is the lack of training of staff. Findings based on the teaching staff viewpoint. According to the teaching staff, one of the most important advantages of e-learning is that it fosters students' pedagogical proficiency, technological proficiency. All members of the teaching staff concur that e-learning is widely used and that faculty members' access to email and other e-services is its most important application. The teaching staff acknowledges that there are challenges in implementing e-learning, with one of the biggest challenges being the high expense. They also acknowledges that e-learning has drawbacks, with the one being that in comparison to traditional learning, it necessitates financial support. All members of the teaching staff concur that preparing the staff for various technological applications presented difficulties. The teaching staff acknowledges that low quality of internet services is the biggest obstacle to the deployment of online education and learning. Conclusion. Online education and learning have a real chance to turn a new leaf and use the opportunity to shift towards a better future as Pakistan moves through the deadliest day of the coronavirus outbreak. To achieve this, it will be necessary to think outside the box and apply creative, proactive, and constructive tactics throughout the entire industry. More generally, the pandemic has been significantly influenced by online education and learning. Despite the numerous barriers, there are approaches to increase accessibility and cost effectiveness of education and learning. Online learning is currently poised to transform the educational landscape in Pakistan around the globe. However, in order to benefit from progress in this field, a significant change in pedagogy will be required. Technology can be used to improve classroom talks, not to completely replace them. Recommendations. In the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, when face-to-face teaching and learning were severely lacking in the educational system, this study helps to develop a practical dread of online teaching techniques and problems. This study offers strategies for faculty members to better incorporate technology into their pedagogical practices and provide an effective replacement for face-to-face instruction. According to this study findings, pupils did not show much interest or engagement in coordinated lessons. As a result, it is advised that teachers use interactive communication-based tools and activities to stimulate students' attention and encourage engagement in order to support their e-learning. To provide a suitable working environment, parents and institutional leaders should assist their students. The Higher Education Commission should develop a policy to enable internet access for learning purposes, and the institution should establish an IT support section for teachers and students to provide technical support. Additionally, a suitable channel should be established to oversee how well teachers are doing in achieving the best results. Management authorities should use a well-designed learning management system appropriately for this purpose while assessing remote teaching and learning. To deal with some unforeseen occurrences that may arise in online education and learning, a contingency plan should be developed. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative presentation. Now I would like to call the session chair of this session, Ms. Nida Asad from Bahria University. She has done MS in English from NAD University. She has the 20 years of teaching experience. She also works as a visiting faculty in NAD and IOBM, Anekra University. Business communication is the subject of her interest, and her area of research is ELT. Now she's going to comment on today's core presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am Nida, you are co-host now.
Assalamu alaikum all. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Assalamu alaikum. It's really a good opportunity to connect to the ELT fraternity, and I'm really thankful to the Jinnah University that they gave me such a good opportunity to listen to such thoughtful insights from our ELT fraternity, including Zebunnisa, Shehwar, and Simi, Maria, and Zohaib. And it was really a very wonderful experience listening to such people. More importantly, it was really a very good blend with their own core subjects to blended learning, especially Zebunnisa, Zohaib. They were quite successful in doing so. Dure Shehwar and Simi, they presented very well through the Facebook users, and Maria gave a very good insight about the CPEC, and obviously that is obviously the future. So just summing it up, I would like to comment a little on the blended learning. What I think and what I have observed that it is due to the changing classroom spectrum, the blended learning that is emerging, it apart from COVID, and obviously it is there. What else we see are the reasons of emerging blended learning, that may be the internationalization and the changes in media culture, which is giving it a boost in the lives of a student. And obviously when we see the internationalization, so that is the students' learning style, where we have to pay attention to. Now, students' different learning styles obviously are due to different cultures, their different backgrounds, and their different institutes where they belong to. But problem arises when the teacher has a unilateral style. There is a unilateral classroom, which normally follows us to do nothing approach. And obviously that is really troublesome, because all students are not able to understand what the teacher is teaching, and so comes the problem. So what we can see that perhaps we can use a menu of teaching method modalities so that at least something could be delivered to all the students rather than delivering all to some students. At least we could have something delivered to all the students present there, whether they are there physically or they are there virtually. At least they get something if we use more than one style of teaching in the classroom. So hybrid learning obviously is the uh, what we have to have currently. If not, as Dr. Saidadaki said, that if we do not switch to hybrid learning, hybrid teaching, so what is going to happen in future? That these universities, they are going to lose their enrollments, and consequently, where would we be standing? I think that would be quite clear. We are already lacking as far as other world is concerned. So if we do not switch to modern styles, modern way of teaching and learning, certainly we would be left behind. Okay, so one or two more things that I would like to say, that it is for the teachers. Obviously, it is teachers' responsibility to have to develop their skills in hybrid teaching, because what we are used to do in Pakistan mostly, that we will wait for the opportunity to come. We wait for the compulsion so that we could switch to something new, something which we already don't know. COVID was there and we had to, because we didn't have any choice left. But the thing is that we have to make opportunities for our own development rather than waiting for compulsions to come to us and then compelling us to switch. We have to produce opportunities for the new technologies, for the new science. Why? Because the goal is to maximize learning, no matter what the environment is. So this is what I say, why our hybrid learning is important, because we have to maximize learning, whatever the environment is. And all our presenters, they presented very well about all this. Zebunisa, Shehwar, Simi, Maria, and Zohaib. They were very well spot on as far as their topics were concerned. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable comments. Now we will join back at 1:25 and conference will be resumed by Ms. Rabia Mumtaz. She is the existing faculty member of English department. She has done masters in English literature and linguistics, and she has 10 years of teaching experience. So we will be back after short break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay connected with us. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hope all the participants are connected with us and we are audible for everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. My name is Rabia Mumtaz and I'm going to host the second half of the third International Conference on English Language and Literature. In this session, we have a panel discussion and 6 paper presentations. Let's begin the session with the panel discussion. Our honorable panelists are Mr. Abbas Hussain, Dr. Bushra Khurram, Dr. Fatma Dar, and Dr. Naeem. The moderator for this panel is Ms. Hina Manzoor. She is currently pursuing her PhD in Applied Linguistics, also holds an MPhil and MA degrees in Applied Linguistics. Her skills are career development, academic workshops, training, hosting at various formal institutional events, convocations. She has also won the Best Research Paper Award at an international conference. Let's begin the panel discussion. Over to you, Ma'am Shazia, Ma'am Hina.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, madam.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. Okay. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks for introducing me. And we are going to have, and first of all, I would like to thank Ms. Samreen Humayun for giving me this opportunity for facilitating this moderation of panel discussion. And today I am also very honored to moderate this panel discussion because of the presence of very well-renowned panelists who are an asset to our education system. They all have been serving diligently and sincerely for the last many decades. Okay, to formally begin our session, I would like to introduce today's panelists. First, we have Mr. Abbas Hussain, Dr. Fatma Dar, Dr. Bushra Khurram, and Dr. Naeem Akhtar. Dr. Abbas Hussain is engaged in a 2-day HEC training. That's why he could not join us, but he has sent a very relevant and informative video that would be played towards the end of this session, this panel discussion. Okay, so let's start with the brief introductions of the panelists. Mr. Abbas Hussain is Director, Teachers Development Center. His work in the training of teachers has made him a distinguished voice in the education field. He has so far reached over 87,000 teachers in Pakistan, Oman, UAE, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan, giving him unique expertise in the field. The pandemic has recognized all our priorities, and his efforts to offer viable solutions for today have been appreciated countrywide. Dr. Fatma Dar. Dr. Fatma Dar works as CEO and Managing Partner, Oak Consultancy. Oak Consultancy is a consulting firm that offers services in the areas of educational reforms, trainings, and research. Dr. Dar holds a PhD in education from the School of Education and Cognitive Sciences, Asia University, Malaysia, and MA in Curriculum and Teaching from Columbia University, USA, and an MA in English from Government College University, Lahore. Dr. Dar is a senior professional with 27 years of teaching experience, not only in teaching, but in teacher education, curriculum development, professional training of teachers and researchers. She has been associated with the education departments of various academic institutions, including Zabist, Beacon House National University, Aga Khan University, Iqra University, Karachi, IOBM, Virtual University, Lahore, and Ali Institute of Education. She has also served as team lead, monitoring, evaluation, and research on the USAID-funded SIN Capacity Development Project and has been advisor and lead consultant with various international agencies, including Adam Smith International, World Bank, and JICA. Okay, I will be introducing my third panelist, Dr. Bushra Ahmad Khurram. Dr. Bushra has obtained her PhD in English language teaching and applied linguistics from the Center of Applied Linguistics, University of Warwick, UK. She teaches applied linguistics in the Department of English at University of Karachi, Pakistan. She has extensive experience of training English language teachers in a variety of settings in Pakistan and in the United Kingdom. In Pakistan, she has worked as a trainer for several national and international institutions, including USAID, British Council Pakistan, Higher Education Commission, Pakistan Afghan University Examination Board, Oxford University Press, among others. In United Kingdom, Dr. Bushra has been invited by Regent's University London and University of Warwick to facilitate workshops for their staff on several occasions. Dr. Bushra is the chair of Professional Development and Professional Council of Pakistan English Language Teachers, ICELL. Now introducing my next panelist is Dr. Naeem Akhtar. Dr. Naeem Akhtar is a senior teacher who has who possesses 15 years of teaching and training experience in different domains, and he is a teacher at Zabist University. Okay, I welcome you all panelists in this panel discussion session. It's almost it's a good afternoon. Very welcome to this panel discussion session from Jinnah University conference and from myself, from my side. So we will be beginning from some general questions. I'll be asking you some 2 or 3 general questions, and any panelist can voice out their opinion in the answer. So I'm just going to ask the first question, and anybody may respond to this question on this board. So the first question is, I think that I was just thinking that first of all, what is the need of teacher training and professional development in Pakistan? What do you think that it should be proper training and professional development in Pakistan should be done formally? Anybody can answer, Dr. Dar, Dr. Bushra, Dr. Naeem. Yes, we are waiting for your responses.
Okay. Maybe I don't know whether I should begin or Dr.
Yes, please go ahead, Dr. Fatma.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jinnah University, for giving us an opportunity to participate in your conference. These conferences are extremely important to share our thoughts and also to build a professional learning community. Your answer about the importance of teacher training is, very important. You see, why do we need to train? Let's ask ourselves this question, and let's synchronize it with another question: that why do doctors need training? Why do lawyers need training? Why do engineers need training? They need training so that they can perform their duties with the required professional input. And same goes for teacher training as well. How can I go and teach in the classroom without knowing the nuances of a classroom, without knowing, how to teach? So the what to teach, it does not suffice. You need to know the how to teach part. And I think the element of teacher training is important in this regard because it tells you how to teach. So I usually tell my students that there are 4 basic knowledge domains that you must have. One being the content knowledge, the what to teach. The other being the pedagogical knowledge, how to teach. The third being the management knowledge of how to control a classroom. And the fourth, which for me is very important, is the social emotional knowledge, which is the behavioral side of us as human beings. and the attitudinal side of us. So all of that needs training. You need to develop yourself, in a concentrated way in order to do justice in a classroom. The educational woes of this country, they have propounded, and I think they have become manifold because of one element, and that is lack of teacher training and lack of effective teacher training. It's not that teacher training programs are not in place in the country. They are there. However, you need to check the quality of those teacher training programs. So I would stop here. My colleagues, I'm sure have more to say. So, but that's my initial, comment on your question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dar. Yes, up to you, Dr. Bushra.
Yeah, I just want to pick up from one of the points that Dr. Fatma has made, because that's what came to my mind as well the moment you raised the question, and which is why anybody needs the training, as Dr. Fatma has put it very succinctly. I think I would come from a different angle, from what is called socio-cultural theory of Vygotsky. And being a student of applied linguistics, I'm pretty sure all of you are aware of Vygotsky's theory. But just to remind you, Vygotsky says we learn through knowledgeable other, in our interaction with knowledgeable other, somebody who is in the know, somebody who knows it, right? So in teacher training, what happens is, as Dr. Fatma has mentioned, you learn about different things. You don't only learn about content, you learn about from the success stories of successful trainers or teachers or mentors. You learn how the classroom could be managed well. You learn why and where you need to do what you need to do. So you do not only learn about how you should do it, you learn about what and why. Because unless you're convinced about what you're doing, you wouldn't really do it, even if you have a lot of tips and techniques, right? And therefore, Kurt Lewin has said something very meaningful. He has said, there's nothing more practical than a good theory. So in any training, whether it is teacher training or any other training, you are given a good theory on the basis of which the pedagogy is being built. So the significance of the knowledgeable other, somebody who is in the know, cannot be really denied even in training, in teacher training, because that's how human beings learn whatever they learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bushra. Now up to Dr. Naeem. What is your valuable input against this question?
Thank you very much, Ms. Jinnah. Good afternoon, Dr. Fatma Dar, and good afternoon, Dr. Bushra. Thank you very much, Ms. Jinnah, and thank you very much, Jinnah Women University. Mostly the question has been answered, especially by Dr. Fatma Dar and Dr. Bushra in general. But specifically, I would like to add something more, that is, that if you see the culture of Pakistan and educational standards of Pakistan, so they have told us that there is a requirement of the teacher trainings and professional developments in Pakistan. If we just compare our educational system to our neighboring country, I'm not talking about Singapore, I'm not talking about Finland, I'm not talking about advanced countries. So you can just see the standards of education in Pakistan. So generally, definitely it is the requirement that teachers must be trained, as we have all other professions, there are trainings, etc., whatever. But in particularly in Pakistan, if we talk about, there is a desperate need of teacher training and professional development. We need to adopt to the modern standards, especially the challenges we faced during the post-COVID time and during the COVID time, and the impact of that time on the educational standards and educational systems of the world. That's it from my side.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Naeem. Okay, I will move towards my second question, that what do you think, at what level, school, college, or tertiary level, this teacher training and professional development are more important? Would you think that it should be done at the school level for kindergarten teachers, or for maybe for colleges, or for tertiary level teachers? If anybody can answer.
Yes. I think at all levels, it is not fixed that at tertiary level or at college level or at school level, at all levels. We need to understand the needs of the students at different levels. We should understand the pedagogical aspects, that it is different teaching at early childhood education, it's different teaching at elementary education, it is a totally different teaching intermediate students, and we go ahead at university level. So every level has its own demands. And you know that all the psychological theories tell us the different, you know, that learning patterns a child develops from the childhood till he becomes an adult. So I believe that we cannot fix it, that this is going to be, but obviously to me, it is very, very important at early childhood education, because this is the foundation. We lack ECE teachers in Pakistan, especially in the government sector and low fees private schools, where they do not know what is the need of the child, and the foundation of the child is spoiled badly. You know that we just try to, you know, that fulfill the needs of the parents usually, and we just ask them to run after the mark and all that stuff. So it is very important that at least at ECE level, there must be a compulsion that trained ECE teachers should be teaching over there.
Jinnah, very briefly responding to your question, I agree with Dr. Naeem. It should be done at all level, because the damage to learning could be done at all level. If the teachers at a very younger age, that is kindergarten, ECE level, are not trained, they will destroy the learning opportunities for the learners. If they are not trained for the primary level, or for secondary level, or for tertiary level, the learning experience is going to be very unpleasant and meaningless for the students. And therefore, unless you know how to teach, you can't really teach. And therefore, at all levels, training is absolutely paramount.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bushra and Dr. Naeem. Yes, up to you, Dr. Dar.
Ji, I just want to, say one thing. I would just add to what my colleagues just said. You see, my experience tells me that historically there has been a lot of focus on primary and elementary teacher development, and there has been a clear lack of focus, where the tertiary education system comes in. So first of all, we need to break certain myths. For example, college, university faculty members with MPhil and PhD degrees do not need training. This is a wrong concept, because their degrees give them the content knowledge. Their degrees do not give them the pedagogical knowledge. So one thing that we need to focus on is that, as Dr. Bushra and Dr. Naeem have said, that it needs to cut across all areas. More specifically, I feel that many teacher development programs need to take place now at the tertiary level also, because that's where the void lies more. But the bottom line still is the quality of those teacher training programs. You see, you can hold many teacher training programs unless you have a quality check who your trainer is. I think that makes a lot of difference. The other thing is that teacher training, teacher development is not something that happens at an episodic level. That is something that happens continuously. And teacher development does not mean that you have a 1 week or 3 days workshop in which you give recipes to teachers. It is something, that is as relevant as this seminar or conference, where we are all learning from each other's experiences. This is part of your development as a teacher. So, universities, colleges, schools need to hold, continuous professional development programs with seminars, with conferences, with symposiums, with trainings, and so on and so forth. So let's not only think of teacher training in terms of workshops only. There are several areas that can be termed as professional development. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Dar. It was really very inciting views that I also do believe that these programs should be held continuously. It is not only for 6 months or just once a year a training is done. It should be continuous. Okay, thanks a lot. Now my targeted questions, I will start my targeted questions to the panelists. Yes, Dr. Bushra, my first question is to you that how can we make our teacher training more effective and more attractive?
Okay, thanks, Hina. I think the attraction and effectiveness lies with understanding what are the needs of your target audience. Because if I am serving someone that they don't need or they have a grounding on, then it is not useful at all. Therefore, what needs to be done before conducting or holding any teacher training session is to understand what is the needs of the target audience. For that, you can conduct needs analysis and then understand there are different stakeholders in education. It's not just teachers who are the stakeholders. If you want to find out what are the needs of your audience, then you need to talk to the community, you need to talk to the teachers, you need to talk to the admins, you need to talk to the parents, and if the students are adults, then also talk to the students, so that they, and obviously in this current 21st century, to the job market, to understand what kind of students are required in the industry, in the job market, for whom you are actually executing the entire education program. And therefore, if you want to make it attractive, you need to convey to the teachers also who are going to attend that training that this is meaningful for your learners, and you will also learn and grow something which is not run-of-the-mill kind of teaching that is generally done in a training program. And also, these are not quick fix strategies that on Monday morning you will go in the classroom and do this and it will just work like a magic wand and transform your entire class. So you have to develop in them an approach and understanding in the training sessions also what entails, what education entails, and how they need to continuously, even if it is a one-off training, develop themselves through different means. So I think that's what's going to make it effective, because if you just organize a program and ask teachers to join it, they might as well join it for vacations or even for learning, but they might not understand the relevance and the importance of it till it is verbalized to them and made them see the sense of what they are attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bushra. Yes, my second question to you is that what role universities could play in training teachers in this, especially in this post-COVID era? Dr. Bushra, are you here? Okay, now let's move to the rest of the questions. Dr. Dar, are you here? Can you listen to me?
Yes, I can listen to you.
Yeah. Dr. Dar, how do teachers need to change their pedagogies especially in this post-COVID era? What do you think?
Okay, yes, a very important question. When it comes to changing pedagogies, you need to first of all think in a few modes. For example, is face-to-face mode the same as the online mode? No, it is not. Is face-to-face and online mode the same as hybrid or blended? No, it is not. So what you need to first of all see is that all these modes have their own demands in terms of teacher output. So when you, for example, are in the online mode, there are several things that you need to take care of. And first of all, you need to understand that the mode of teaching and learning changes. It's not a replication of what you do face-to-face. For example, a teacher, needs to, improvise the teaching in a sense that you don't need to go for long lectures as you may do in the face-to-face mode. In an online teaching and learning, your input, your conceptual input, ideally should not be more than 15 to 20 minutes. So after 15 to 20 minutes, you stop, you give them an activity, or you take a recap, and then you begin again. You need to think that in an online mode, the dynamics are different. Your students are not in front of you. You need to think of, online teacher control. How do you do that? You need to be multitasking because you need to see what is going on in the chat. You need to control the chat. You need to control your teaching, and you need to be cognizant, of the online presence of the students as well. So the dynamics are totally different. Again, this is a recommendation for all the teachers that please do not consider face-to-face and online teaching as replicating each other. It is not a replication. The dynamics of both modes are different. Then coming to the online mode, there are again 2-3 options that we have in terms of online teaching and learning. Is it completely online? Is it blended? Is it a flipped classroom? What is it? And for every model, you need to improvise your teaching. You need to design your teaching, your activities, your assessments accordingly. For example, let me give you an example. If you are working on a flipped classroom model, you will give them an activity or a reading assignment before they actually come online or actually come to the classroom. So they read the assignment, they do understand what it is, and then when they come to the classroom, then you unfold the activity. So there is a proper mechanism attached with every model. And teachers today, they need to be cognizant. And my last take on this is that teachers post-COVID, all of us need to be cognizant of what 21st century skill demands. Had we known 21st century skills beforehand, it would not have, the COVID period, could not, trouble us that much. Because when you look at 21st century skills, it demands certain skills from the teacher, with teachers being, better in technology, with teachers designing plans, which involve critical thinking, problem solving, and all those elements were already there. Since we did not embed them, fully in our system, we faced trouble. So we need to be technologically literate. Technological literacy is very important for teachers. And at the same time, we need to understand that these are different areas and we need to be now multitasking in all these areas, from face-to-face to online to blended to hybrid. All of these have different dynamics, and we need to be cognizant of all these basic realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dar. Okay, my next question is to Dr. Naeem. Dr. Naeem, what is the role of teacher education departments in teacher training and professional development, especially in the post-COVID era? Can you please shed light on this question? Dr. Naeem, please.
Also, see, there always was the role of these teacher training departments in the development of teachers and overall standards of education. But the post-COVID time and during the COVID time, the role has been immense now. It has increased. Many believe this COVID-19 was, a destruction for economies and for education and all that stuff. But to me, I think COVID-19 was a little different, and my argument will make us realize that whether this COVID-19 period was really a curse or blessing for education, especially in the context of Pakistan. If we just see the pre-COVID time, Pakistan, teachers were using traditional methods and traditional learning was taking place. Although 21st century had arrived, that 19 years had passed, 21st century had arrived, but still, that the teachers in Pakistan were not updated, and they knew the technology exists, but to them, the meaning of technology was the use of PPTs. They believe that if they are having PowerPoint presentations, that is good enough. They are using technology. But this COVID period actually changed the concept of technology. Teachers, for the very first time, realized that their students do know much more than what they themselves know. The students had great access to learning apps. They knew how to operate different technologies. They knew how to, even they were helping their teacher to operate Zoom and Google Classrooms and making class notes and all that stuff, uploading. So it was a great learning period. And that the teachers realize that they can learn a lot from the students as well. And the demand of the use of true technology in the field of education was felt tremendously. That previously the concept was different. I divide 21st century into two periods. Pre-COVID period, 19 years, and then post-COVID after 2019. So a lot of the responsibilities are the shoulder of the on the teacher education department after post-COVID, because they have learned that their teachers were not ready to adopt. A lot of research has been conducted, and I do not want to go towards the statistics because of the limitation of time, but a lot of research has been conducted which has shown that how teachers popped up. Some research, that showed us that teachers were happier. Some showed that teachers were not ready. In Pakistan, we found, that millions of, that research papers published during these days on COVID and talking about the challenges and blessings of all that stuff. So we have learned this thing that technology is far more important now these days for the teachers as the traditional practices. If we just go ahead and we see that the soft boards, the digital boards, the use of technological aspects, even that the best thing was many teachers, they had their YouTube channels. In traditional classrooms, we found that sometimes, that on the first hand learning, students were unable to learn, but YouTube channels, recordings were taking place, teachers were keeping themselves updated. They could see their own lectures as well. They could see their own recording as well. They could see that what actually mistakes they were doing, how actually they could make this lesson more interactive. And it was quite demanding, that once students were not listening in online classes, to make and adopt the strategies and to engage them, whether they are really with you or just being online and all that stuff. So it is now the time. This has given us an opportunity, and we have learned the new mechanism of teaching, which is the true demand of modern contemporary society, that how we can make our traditional classrooms and we can turn them into technological assisted classrooms. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, that still we are using blackboards in many government institutions of Pakistan, in primary and all that stuff. How a child would feel interest in studies living in the 21st century, having mobile phones in home, having smartphones at home, having smart TVs at home, but in classroom when they go, they find the same traditional method. They don't have visual aids to support, they don't have the graphs to add with. So the biggest and the most important responsibility for the teacher training institution is now to upgrade their teaching standards by the inclusion of technology. As Dr. Fatma Dar rightly said, that this is the demand of the time. Unless and until you don't understand the concept of blended learning, it is not only that we are teaching in the class and we are teaching at home, so it will become blended. We need to know which tools are required to have the blended learnings, which tools we need to adopt while we are having flipped classrooms, how we will engage the students. We can use mobile phones, we can use social media platforms. So these are so many things which are there to be taught by the teacher training departments, and they should think that they are not teaching in the 20th century now. They are not teaching pre-COVID 21st century. This is post-COVID 21st century. The needs and demands have changed, and it is the time that we should also develop, upgrade our teacher training departments as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Naeem. I would wrap up the discussion. First of all, thank you all three panelists for sparing time for this panel discussion. And all your inputs, your responses are really very informative and valuable for all of us. Being as a student or being a teacher, you have highlighted the main issues of our society, such as Dr. Naeem has said that at every level training, the teacher training is important. And then Dr. Bushra also, she also second Dr. Naeem's opinion that teacher training is not only for the tertiary level or the school teachers, but at every level it should be done. And then Dr. Fatma Dar added a very, very good point here, that degrees don't give trainings. So those teachers who are holding PhDs and MPhils, they are teaching in different institutions, but they don't carry and they don't possess those trainings and those skills to teach in this 21st post-COVID era. So Thanks again, all three of you panelists. I think we should move on to the video that would be played by the Jinnah University that is sent by Mr. Abbas Hussain. Thank you, everyone.
Ms. Jinnah, there's no voice. We can't hear any voice.
I'm just going to tell Ms. Samreen about it because she's organizing all these stuff.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, we couldn't hear you. Ma'am, what
Ms.
were you saying?
Samreen?
Voice. There is no voice.
Yes, the
Okay.
video. The
Okay, okay, okay.
They couldn't hear.
And somehow it doesn't happen. You can't do it in a house.
Is it audible now?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yes.
Ma'am, okay, okay. Thank you.
Abbas Hussain, Director, Teachers Development Center. Salams to everyone who is involved in making this conference a success, and congratulations to every participant near and far. teacher training and professional development in the post-COVID era. I would like to share some lessons that I have learned during this time when I have been actively involved in developing teacher training programs and offering professional development programs during and after COVID these days. I will offer 4 lessons. Number 1, teachers' lives work in rhythms. It's a deep lesson that anyone who's been in education would know, that if you are dealing with school teachers and if you are dealing with them, primary, secondary school teachers, you know that if you want to do something in August or September and somehow it doesn't happen, you can't do it in October. You now have to do it either in January next year or next year August. The lives of teachers move in academic cycle and those cycles are extremely rigid and fixed in our system. So, in the post-COVID era, also we need to recognize that teachers need to receive their training at a time when they are able to pay attention to it. And you can't just command them to do so anytime, anywhere, because it's all asynchronous and it's all available on recording. Yes, true, but teachers' lives move in rhythms. Let me explain to you a little bit from the lesson I learned during my blended teaching excellence course that I had the great honor of presenting twice in 2 cohorts over the last year, yani this year, January through March and September through November. First of all, one of the deep things I kept in mind was to fix the day of the week for my online and in-person class. They were always on Tuesdays, Thursdays. I fixed that. I never ever shifted. I realized that teachers' weeks move in a particular rhythm. Avoid Mondays. Those days are very busy, so people are tired. Avoid Fridays and Saturdays. That is the time for people to catch up on family commitments, weddings, comings and goings, relatives, dawate, khana pina, and that's fine. That's life too. So I deliberately chose Tuesdays and Thursdays as 2 days on which teachers knew कि आज class है. अगर in person है तो 3 बजे से 6 बजे, online है तो 4 बजे से 6 बजे. That's it. And I also knew that if the program is a long program, as it was, 6 weeks, I made sure that there was a week gap in the middle. People need time off, even if you are giving them 2 days a week. So I had an entire week blank in which I allowed them to do their own work, catch up on the exercises, catch up on the work. So blended teaching actually in my program had 3 elements. There was online, obviously. There was in person, that was one-to-one meeting. Yes, people arrived and we were able to do things in person. And there were tasks that people needed to do in their own time, at their own pace. To do that, I needed to give them the various days of the week. So it was carefully calibrated that I would tell them the task on a Thursday and ask them about it on a Tuesday. That would give them ample time to reflect, write, think, and contribute meaningfully to the task. That was point 1. Number 2, Zoom meetings, and of course Google and every other platform, save time and petrol. Only that. Yes, time is precious. Commuting, coming and going is hard. Asking teachers to come to the venue of the training, not easy, not feasible, not possible. The way the city is, the way our cities are designed, it's hard. Yes, we recognize. So make sure that in your online presentations, you give teachers what would save time in their commuting, which means give them what you are able to give them through the media and through the recordings, what they need not take from you in person. But when you get them in person, then they should get what they cannot get from the media. Which means, let's look at it this way. If all learning is knowledge, skills, attitudes, then we know that knowledge is available in abundance on Google. Why should I call people to my center or any venue and then give them knowledge, inverted commas, facts, information, readings, articles? Why would I do that when they could easily, or I could easily, just send it to them by an email or by WhatsApp and just give it to them? Let them read. No need to come. But when we were dealing with skills, when we were dealing with attitudes, these demand a conversation of depth. And for that, we needed to meet. So as you can see, knowledge, skills, attitude is the three ingredients of learning. Avoid giving knowledge in physical meetings, but be sure that you focus on skills and attitudes in teaching when you are having in-person, physical, on-site meetings. Point 2. 3. Use PowerPoints with care, if at all. PowerPoint is wonderful. I use it abundantly. But my teacher, Andy Hargreaves, has said that at a time when people need to engage with each other, a small rectangle at the corner of the screen and a big screen with 75 words on the PowerPoint is not a good way of engagement. So Andy Hargreaves, Professor Andy Hargreaves, basically says, if you really want to go online and engage people, avoid the PowerPoint. Now, I understand what he's saying. I use the PowerPoint. I use it because I would like most teachers to see the exact English word that is being spoken. I understand that if I'm going in fluid speech, and we all do, we speak fast sometimes, slowly sometimes, people don't normally hear the correct word the first time. And if they mishear it, all the discussion that follows later is a bit skewed until they get the real word. I would like to avoid that. I want to help teachers receive the training, so I make sure that the PowerPoint contains the exact words. And I have some rules about PowerPoints as well. Please do not let the people read what you are going to say before you actually say it, which means use animation and open the words of your slides or let them slide up only when you are ready to talk about them. 3. 4. Internet broadens the exposure but narrows it too. Internet is amazing. YouTube is amazing. Everything is there. But that's the problem. So many teachers to whom I have referred to about Michael Fullan, about Andy Hargreaves, about John Hattie, find that they have to search for them. But when they come to my center and I enter these words, they are right there on my Google search. It's right there, the very first. Now you can see the reason. The reason is simply the darn algorithm. The way that Google is structured will make it easy or not easy for you to find what you are seeking. You have to be very, very persistent. Internet is like this huge ocean in which the place where you start digging the hole opens into infinity. So if you move a few inches and start digging somewhere else, that also opens into infinity. So if you're not careful, if you are always searching for things that you like, be sure that Google will show you more things that you like and make it harder for the enterprising, exciting, educational, innovative website to pop up as an ad on your screen. So you need to be very, very clear. So these are the 4 lessons that I would like to share with you on all teacher training and professional development platforms. A quick recap. Number 1, teachers' lives, work and rhythms. Answer, fix the day of the week in which you offer your training. Zoom meetings are wonderful. Give people information on the Zoom meeting. But then when you have an in-person, give them what cannot be done by any media, but only by the human presence. Use PowerPoints with care. Yes, whenever you can avoid them, do that. And if you do use them, use animation well. And fourthly, internet, like travel, broadens the mind. But as Shakespeare said, it narrows it too. Thank you very much for your attention. All the best.
Thank you all the respected panelists and the moderator, Ms. Jinnah, for such an enlightened, knowledgeable, instructive discussion. Now we are going to have 6 research paper presentations, and the chair for this session is Professor Talat Raza Khan. Ma'am Talat Rafi has 38-year teaching experience as a professor of English and as an ELT teacher training. She has presented papers and conducted various workshops in 27 national and international ELT conferences and webinars. She is an author and co-author of many English textbooks published by Sin Textbook Board and other local publishers. 19 of her research articles have been published nationally and internationally. She holds MA in English Literature and MA in Linguistics from Karachi University, 2 postgraduate diplomas in ELT, and an MA in TESOL from the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, as a British Council scholar. Our next presenter is Ms. Shazia. She is going to present paper with title Blended Learning Issue, Challenges and Prospects through the Lens of Students' Perspective. Let me introduce Ms. Shazia. She is an assistant professor at Comsit University. She has various number of research publications. Besides her role as a reviewer, her research interests include English language teaching, genre analysis, computer-mediated communication, language of media, social linguistics, and critical discourse analysis. Her co-author, Ms. Amna Naveed, is also working as an assistant professor at Comsit University, Lahore. Her research areas are not limited to English language teaching, code switching, but bullying and harassment, computer-mediated communication, social linguistic, critical discourse analysis, and language and media discourse. The third co-author, Mr. Asif Akram, also teaches in the Comsit University as a lecturer. His research interests, apart from psycholinguistics, critical discourse analysis, multimodal discourse analysis, include computer-assisted language learning, learning disabilities, and language learning. Over to you, Ms. Shazi Aziz. Ms. Shazi, can you hear us?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay. Now, a little introduction. Emerging in the academic spaces more prominently around 2 decades ago with the advancement in technology, computer-mediated education, blended learning entered the Pakistani traditional university milieu recently. Now, as for the definition, what is blended learning? Different researchers have offered different definitions, but the most appealing to me was this one. It can take different forms like combining instructional modalities or delivery media, combining instructional methods, and combining online and face-to-face instruction. Singh proposed to refine this definition as blended learning focuses on optimizing achievement of learning objectives by applying the right personal learning technologies to watch the right personal learning style to transfer the right skills to the right person at the right time. So this is how a best blend can be achieved, which we are all striving for through this conference also and through our COVID learning experiences. This study presents an investigation into students' perceptions and attitudes towards blended learning courses introduced at ComSets, University, Islamabad, Pakistan, with a view to finding ways about how the learning experience can be improved, made more effective through highlighting issues faced by the students and what are their suggestions about it. ComSets University is the setting. Pakistani undergrad students of Islamic studies and report writing skills were the participants. Instructors having experience of teaching both these modules in face-to-face situation and how working as moderators is in a blended setup where students watch lectures recorded by the virtual teachers and the moderators, evaluate their assessments and take the class once a month, a physical class, to explore issues and challenges faced by students engaged in blended learning was one of the objectives, and to find out suggestions of students on how to make the learning experience more effective, to recommend suggestions to teachers, syllabus designers, or institutes about how they can make the blended learning experience more effective and how to strive to achieve the perfect blend. Now, the research questions that we sought to find answers to were: what are the students' perceptions about the content and methodology used in the courses offered via blended learning? What do they like and dislike about things? And what are their suggestions? Questionnaires and interviews were used for data collection. Convenient sampling was used in 324 undergrad students from the departments of chemical and electrical engineering. All students enrolled in these programs, 200 males and 124 females were included in them. Average age was 20 years. So as per the quantitative analysis, students' likes and dislikes about content and methodology. As the results show, I have pasted the most representative results. As can be seen from this table, they were of the view that their teachers presented the course content without much prior training, which is clear from mean score about the effective organization of the content. So, and as per their dislikes, the highest mean score tells that the students enjoyed the learner autonomy, which the blended module offered to them, whereas they were not satisfied with the level of engagement offered by the module. And when they were interviewed, their responses were coded and they fell into three categories: content related issues, technology related, and teaching related. So content related issues included the recorded lecture develops their abilities, issues, and positive points also. Recorded skills to understand, the recorded lecture develops their abilities and skills to understand the course. A learner responded thus: it is comprehensive and to the point as well as easy to understand, so it develops my abilities and skills to understand the course. Another student remarked that it enables him to answer the questions easily. Some students thought that revising and self-studying helps them improve skills. For example, Ahmed said that his skills improve by preparation, and Hamna said that repetition helps improve her skills. Salman, another student, remarked that one has to rely on oneself and that he improved skills by self-study. So those who did not try to be self-sufficient or were not responsible enough to do this on their own lagged behind, and they were not very comfortable about the modality. Recorded lectures gave some responsible students the advantage of revising repeatedly. Islamic studies should be taught in traditional way. This was the opinion of the majority of the students. The course for my subject, Pak Studies, was rubbish. This is one of the comments. A lot of contradictory stuff was involved. Racism was promoted because lecture was based on one person's point. So these are the subjects that we came to know that they require a lot of discussion for clarity. So perhaps the blended learning course content should be molded in a more neutral way, or perhaps more physical sessions should be introduced in those subjects where students want more clarification and they might think many things are controversial according to them, or their sensitivities are involved. Teaching related issues. When asked how they think the teaching can be more effective in the blended learning mode, a significant majority thought that increasing face-to-face sessions and student-teacher interaction to answer queries and for better understanding will surely improve learning. One said teachers should do more meetings in every week during the semester, physical face-to-face meeting. There were, however, some students who said it was great the way it was, and there is no need for any change or improvement. Salman remarked that reducing the lecture video lecture length can improve situation, and the overall syllabus should be limited also. It can help improve the effectiveness. Two students were of the view that students' comfort and ease level should be kept in mind while designing the syllabus and preparing the video. So we came to know that they are not comfortable with equal amount of syllabus when offered in blended learning. Students were of the opinion that adding humor or cracking a joke during the lecture because it gets quite boring can help achieve this goal. This is in keeping with keeping with another study that we did in 2021, changing moderator that encourages students instead of frightening them. So the teacher's attitude was also important according to them. For some students, flexibility afforded by the modality was the most effective aspect, that is going through it at your own pace, relaxation in time, and it can be watched and heard anytime, the recorded lecture. Technology related issues. We need improved internet facilities. We engage with technical work on daily basis, which is good for development. It enhances technical knowledge. Online learning exposure, it's online lectures motivated us. So we get responsible because we know there is no one to teach us. So it enhanced independent learning, self-learning, self-efficacy, and confidence level. But for the students who were responsible and not very dependent on teachers. So there are some recommendations. Online instructors and moderators are also recommended to conduct the needs analysis before starting each course and collaborate to decide mutually what type of skills, instruction, and support they need from each of them. Refresher courses and ideas sharing meetings among instructors are also suggested for building teacher capacity to cater to hybrid courses learners' needs. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Shazia, for the wonderful paper presentation. Our next presenter is Sir Mohammad Mamnoon Akhtar. He is an MA in Applied Linguistics from England and an MPhil in Applied Linguistics from Karachi University. Besides, he has associated with various universities for the last 44 years and also presented several papers in many international conferences. Over to you, Sir Mamnoon.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Today I am going to present a paper which is nothing but a review of whether linguistics and literature are dichotomous or interdisciplinary. Actually, the purpose of this review is to dispel the doubts among the students and teachers regarding the efficacy of literature in language teaching. It's usually believed that both literature and linguistics are totally opposed to one another. Hence, they are entirely different when it comes to the teaching of language, though both of them operate on language. Linguistics is the study of language, its use and relationship between the sounds and the meaning. Literature, on the other hand, is concerned with words and its impacts on society. Literature is more artistic, imaginative, and speculative. Linguistics, on the other hand, is based more on science and empiricism. Language is the central element in both literature and linguistics, though their approach is different. Here, I would like to interpret the differences between literature and linguistics by quoting a verse from our language, which is so rich in literary values and which would definitely try to dispel the doubts about the differences between these two. And that verse is, Bahar ho ke khiza dono tarjumane chaman. That means both language and linguistics represent the same phenomenon. Bahar ho ke khiza dono tarjumane chaman. Mizaj ek hai badle hue pehran. Their temper is the same, only their garb is different. And the purpose is, that is the promotion of language. Linguistics is the study of language from alphabets to syntax, pronunciation, and meaning. In literature, we study classical writers and their classics. The study of literature brings out the creativity of our mind, while language is viewed upon as an object of scientific inquiry. Linguistics is technical and provides technical skills and a deep understanding of language. Its scope is better in this material world, as it enables us to occupy a technical position in comparison to literary work, which explores some profound ways in which language has been used by poets, novelists, and dramatists. It focuses on how texts are made and how capable are the writers in expressing things. So far as research is concerned, literary analysis mainly deals with theme, context, forms, and techniques, while linguistic analysis concentrates on syntax, morphology. It's on this ground that Pascal Ali Hussein, in his article, Linguistics and Literary Criticism, Shall the Twine Never Meet, published in the International Journal of Innovation and Scientific Research, pages 473-481, pointed out that the disparity that existed between them are the results of the differences in approach. Literary critics follow tradition while analyzing a text. A linguist is more concerned with the present state, disregarding evolution. Linguistics aims at formulating principles that can generalize the entire language. Literary studies, on the contrary, look for unique qualities of the literary work. The true purpose of linguistics is to describe language as a complete system, while in literary analysis, the emphasis falls on the interpretation of a particular work. Linguistics mainly deals with both a spoken and written aspect, while literature mainly deals with written work. Linguistics is an abstract system of symbols and meanings governed by grammatical rules. Linguistics focuses on the functional use of the language, which is concerned with the teaching and learning. With the advancement of information technology, the teaching has changed fast. Nowadays, English is learned mostly for job-oriented purposes. ESP is a glaring example in this respect because it's an important branch of ELT. It caters to the needs of the specific English language learners by teaching the skills and tricks of the trade. Different methods have been devised by EFL teachers for effective language teaching. They emphasize on the teaching skills depending on their needs and demand of the society. However, communication goes beyond words and grammar, and if the communication is not considered in its entirety, fluency in speech cannot be properly achieved. Recent EFL teachers are working hard to devise strategies for effective communication. They have found literature as one of the most important, powerful instruments for teaching language because it contains wealth of materials for its users for language teaching. Many EFL teachers use literary texts in ELT classrooms to derive maximum advantage. For them, it provides a great stimulus to the students to express themselves in the target language with greater motivation. McRae, 1994, devised ways for literature by drawing materials from songs, lyrics, fiction, fables, and dialogues from media discussions. With intense globalization, now English language teaching is not restricted to material from Britain or the US. Now these materials from the works of various writers from countries and cultures to make it interesting. In order to make an effective tool of communication, many literary texts, including the works of the classical writers, have been simplified. These literary texts are so varied and so rich in input that many linguists draw upon literary texts for practicing the four skills of speaking, listening, reading, and writing. In the course of practice, grammatical structures and new vocabulary can also be practiced effectively. The use of literary texts in the classroom has a great advantage as it makes its learners aware of other cultures by which they can develop the habit of proper understanding and tolerance. These literary texts go a long way to promote universal unity and brotherhood. However, there are certain difficulties in using the literary text in the classroom, which show that literary text must be selected according to the standard of the class. It should not meddle with the comprehension of the students. In order to sustain the motivation of the students, the text must be of reasonable length. Finally, cultural difficulties should also be taken into consideration so as to generate a sense of belonging among the students. To conclude, it can be maintained that both literature and linguistics are two interrelated concepts. They cannot be separated from one another because both of them operate on language. Linguistics views language as an object of scientific inquiry. It's technical and provides sound technical skills and deep understanding of language. It's concerned with both spoken and written aspects, while literature mainly deals with written works. It lays greater emphasis on expression, and that is very important in literature. Sophocles, the great Greek tragedian, whose play Oedipus Rex paved the way for developing unconscious mind, which is a great breakthrough in psychoanalysis, was known as the bee for his honeyed style of flowing eloquence. And literature aims at finding this flowing eloquence. And here I want to end my discussion with a verse from Urdu, and that is, बस इसी शौक में पूछी हैं हजारों बातें, मैं तेरा हुस्न तेरे हुस्न बयां तक देखूं. Mere presence of beauty is not enough. Beauty must be reflected in speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Mamnoon, for a wonderful review that both literature and linguistics are interdisciplinary and very well connected to each other. Our next presenter is Ms. Zafreen Mirza. She is currently studying BS Linguistics final year in the Jinnah University for Women and is the first author. Her paper title is Investigating the Effectiveness of Call for the English Language Learner. The second author is Ms. Samreen Subhan, the chairperson of English Department, Jinnah University for Women. She has been teaching here for the last 15 years. She did MS in Applied Linguistics from NAD. She has also presented many research papers in various conferences. Besides, she has also done a certificate course on formative and summative assessment from Oregon University. Over to you, Ms. Zafreen.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Mirza. Hope you all are doing well. Today I'm going to present my research that is investigating the effectiveness of call for English language learners. The overview of my research is based on introduction, literature review, methodology, data analysis, discussion, along with the conclusion and recommendation. Starting with a brief introduction of call, this research focuses on technologically advanced system of learning, the emerging platform due to the need for technology in the education system. Yes?
You can share your PPTs as well.
Okay, just give me a second.
Sure.
I hope, Zafin, you can see the screen now.
No, ma'am, it's not visible. Yes, ma'am, now it's visible.
Okay, sure, you can continue.
Okay, please change the slide.
Yes, Zafin, you can start.
Okay. Now I'm going to start with the introduction, the brief introduction of CALL. So this research focuses on the technologically advanced system of learning, the emerging platform due to the need for technology to the education system to motivate the learners towards learning. So language learning is crucial as it is said to be the second language. As advanced learner need advancement in language learning, so here CALL, computer assisted language learning, plays a vital role in boosting the learner's proficiency in learning a language through an innovative manner. We can call CALL as an approach to learning system that it involves computer and computer based aids that brings the world closed to the e-learning with the help of internet. As language learners need feasibility and comfort that course provide, and it is come under the header of student-centered learning. Now, if we talk about the emergence of CALL, so basically emergence of CALL was begun right after CALI, computer assisted language instructions. In 1960, the demand and need for CALL as an advancement in learning gradually increased, as it was stated by Davis in 2011. Later, CALL contributed in the field of computational linguistics, applied linguistics, second language acquisition that advances these areas of language learning. Further, if we talk about the CALL, so here, in respect of this notion, three theories were presented. The first one is the behavioristic CALL. Behavioristic CALL is same as the theory of behaviorism that was given by Pavlov, Skinner, and Thorndike. Here, there's a slight difference, which depicts that learning through the mode of CALL can be the repetitive language drills. Sooner, this theory was rejected by the communicative CALL. In 1980, the pioneer of this theory, Warscher and Hele, stated that learning is a process of exploring, discovering, and developing, which involves the cognitive skills of a learner through the correspondence of communicative CALL. Another theory was right after communicative CALL was presented that is known as integrative CALL. As LA stated that learners interpret the information through which they learn by observation, processing, and interpretation. Technology integrates the skills of the learner that helps them to build a perspective on the use of technology and language learning. In the research of 2022, Kumar, Jahara, Hegri, and Benyu stated that the collaborative studies that brings out a breakout in the education system due to the COVID-19 created a switch from traditional classroom to e-learning. Likely, online learning is challenging, as we all know, but it can be cooperative by means of CALL. Now, starting with the statement of the problem that is a part of the introduction. So in the Pakistani context, the problem which is prominent is that the traditional teaching method affects the learner's proficiency in learning due to the untrained teachers, old teaching techniques, teacher-centered learning, poor accommodation, less use of computer sources, and lack of motivation that create hurdles for the teachers and students, but through the interactive use of CALL with the sufficient expertise of use can help the Pakistani language learners to learn the second language effectively. Now, if we talk about another research that is presented in Pakistan by Muhammad in 2019, the researcher believes that Pakistani ESL learners possess the higher autonomy if they taught through call-based instructions. However, another research was conducted in 2 local rural and urban high schools of Pakistan, where the students were taught through 2 methods, that is CAI and traditional method, where CAI is remarkably effective and creates no distinction between the rural and urban areas of learning. Could you please change the slide of and make it objective and questions? Now, if we talk about the objectives and questions of this particular research, so basically the objective of the research is to investigate the effectiveness of call for English language learner. Secondly, if we talk about the question that on what basis this research is happening, so basically the question is that what are the effect of call as a developmental tool for English language learners? Now you can please change the slide. Moving towards the justification part of this research, so call is more like a blended learning, which includes face-to-face learning, along with the resources of computational language learning. As we all know, the globalized system of learning demands to learn the global language, which is English. So the innovation of call facilitates to learn English and its language skills. So far, the aim of the research is to investigate the effectiveness of call. If we talk about the limitation, that is the part of this research. So the focus of this research is to specifically identify the efficiency rather than the other doctrine of linguistics approach. Secondly, this research has been limited to the undergraduate students that investigated the effectiveness of call for the English language learners. Now you can change the slide. If we talk about the scope of this research, so basically, the scope of this study is broader as similar to the demand of 21st century, the advancement of technologies in the education sector, which spread through computational resources that mold the cognitive skills into the creative skills. This research has also investigated the advancement that sooner turned the traditional teaching and learning into computer-assisted teaching and learning. Change the slide, please. Now moving towards the second part of this research that comprised of literature review. So the past 20 years of researchers was focused on using call as an aided tool was used for the purpose of teaching and learning the second language. Language learning should be a combination of collaborative learning. As we all know, language learning is crucial when it comes to second language learning. That turns the students to take the personal responsibility of their own learning with the help of call, which will make them the autonomous learner or which will make them the student-centered learning. However, it will also help the learners to learn the language through improved strategies that will help to develop their cognitive skills as well. Now, in addition, as Beryl in 2016 stated that an unavoidable technology that played a significant role in the life of its user, as it is expressed that certain part of society have developed an increasing reliance on computer to perform job and preserve the communication. That part was taken from the research of Kavga and Agrawali that stated that it makes the learning process more effective and also build the creative skills into the learners. Moving towards the third part of this literature review, so the investigation over the effective phenomenon of motivation through call for EFL learners, the call-centered classroom motivates that brings out a positive attitude of the learners towards language learning. As Adara and Hakia stated in 2021 that call encouraged the ESL learner to learn within the environment, which leads the individual towards the effective growth. However, this research has been involved in investigating the further effects of call as a developmental tool for the L2 learners among the undergraduate. However, this research is also draw the recognition between the effectiveness of call according to the pedagogues and the undergraduates. Now you can change the slide. Moving towards the third part of this research that comprised of methodology. So the research based on the design of qualitative and quantitative research, that is also known as mixed paradigm. However, the data has gathered through the tool of survey questionnaire and interviews, whereas the population of this survey, whereas the population of this research comprised of the undergraduates, and the data has gathered from them in a form of survey questionnaire. Where, on the other hand, the interview has been taken from the pedagogue of various universities as well. Now, if we talk about the sample and sample technique, so the sampling technique has based on convenient sampling, in which the students and the pedagogues are the sample through which the data has gathered. If we talk about the measurement and instrument selection, so the data has gathered through the close-ended survey questionnaire, whereas interviews was gathered through open-ended questions. Change the slide, please. Moving towards the fifth part of this methodology, that is procedure. So the study has accomplished this research by analyzing the effectiveness of call, that investigated the validity of either call as a successful language learning method or a traditional method that comes under the header of standard electronic learning. In the end of this research, the effective outcome of call was analyzed accordingly. That will give us the respective data that is being the part of this research has been taken from the students and pedagogues respectively. Change the slide. Moving towards the fifth part of this research, that is comprised of data analysis. So this study has based on the mixed methodology, qualitative and quantitative part, which comprise on the two tools that is of questionnaire and interviews. However, tool number one comprised of questionnaire. So the research has based on the survey close-ended questionnaire. The responses have analyzed adequately by following the SPSS method for data analysis. Whereas the validity of call hence proved by the positive responses of 106 undergraduate students. Further, it is comprised of 20 questions by following the pattern of Likert scale. Change the slide, please. Now, if we talk about the data that we have gathered from the undergraduate students, so in response to statement number 1 to 5, 55% respondents believe that call strengthens their computer literacy and promotes learners' autonomy. They also agreed that not only their English language is strengthened through call, but their computer literacy also built up. On the other hand, in statement number 6 to 10, students believe that call develops their skills effectively. Alto learners positively think that call helps to boost the confidence as well as it is stress-free learning of a language. Now, if we talk about the statement number 3, that is further 41.5% learners positively feels that their motivation level increased positively through the learning from call. They agree that call promotes flexible learning hours. The responses from the student that they feel their anxiety level also decreased through call learning. Now, in statement number 15, here is a slight agree and disagree between the students that they believe that L2 learning can be effective through
Samreen, are you connected? Maybe there's a technical glitch, so we can just wait a while. Ms. Zafin, now please you can continue.
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. I was talking about the data analysis. Could you please start my slides?
Slides are already shared.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Kindly refresh your connection.
Now, if we talk about the statement number 16 to 17, so here we can see that the shift is comprised
Ms. Zafin, you can talk about you can talk about discussion as we are running short of time. Sorry for the
Okay. No problem. No problem. So, discussion. The research has involved investigating the effectiveness of call for English language learners. The primary focus of this particular study is what are the effects of calls in as the developmental tool for English language learners. It is an interactive method of achieving the targeted goals and needs of a language, which provides the positive that showed in the analyzed data. As I mentioned before, call-based activity promotes learner autonomy. However, the study also focused on the call literacy for both the learners and teacher as well, where the target needs of the learner to fulfill the effectivity of call respectively. Call promotes standard learning that is visible through numerous research that has been previously stated by the linguist and other educationists. Now, if you're moving towards the conclusion and the recommendation part, so here the result has shown the effectiveness of call from the respective tool that is the part of this research. Survey questions showed call efficiencies according to the undergraduates, and other had interviews were taken from the teachers in order to investigate the call according to their point of view. So basically, call is effective if it is used adequately and in a systematic manner. Now, if we talk about the recommendation of this particular research, so I would like to recommend that the institutes should promote the call-based learning and teaching. Along with that, teachers should be well educated about the call literacy or computer literacy that they should implement in their classes that will helpful for the teachers and students in order to provide the flexibility and comfort to the learners of L2 language, because language learning is crucial. So I hope that we will implement and investigate the call effectivity. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zafreen, for this amazing presentation. The next paper presentation is about Pakistani English language teachers' passion for teaching profession. The authors are Ms. Aqsa Mubin, Akbar Sania Javed, and Ms. Shagufta Yasmin. Ms. Aqsa has recently completed her bachelor's in English from Bahria University. After 6 months of experience in content writing as a freelancer, she is currently working as a research analyst in a well-known company. Ms. Sania Javed is a lecturer at Bahria University with 10 years of experience. She did MS in Applied Linguistics from NAD University. Ms. Shagufta Yasmin, a senior lecturer and research coordinator at Bahria University, Karachi campus. She's a certified Cambridge University oral communication trainer and trained teachers of the City School Hamdard College. Besides, she's an active researcher. Over to you, Ms. Aqsa.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me share the screen first.
Sure.
Is it visible to all?
Yes, we can see.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, we can see. It's visible.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I am Samreen, a student from Bahrain University, and my co-authors are Ms. Sania Javed and Ms. Shagufta Yasmin, who are senior lecturers at Bahrain University. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude towards the panelists, organizers, and conveners of this conference for providing me the opportunity to present my research work in front of you all. Okay, the topic of my research paper is Pakistani English Language Teachers' Passion for Teaching Profession. Starting with the introduction, as we all know that teachers are of great importance to educational systems because they help them to achieve their objectives. And no educational reform can take place without teachers' commitment and involvement because teachers are the basis for classroom change and learning. And according to Richards and Farrell 2005, all educational systems have the need for professionally developed staff. And language education is no exception to this rule. Language teaching, like all sort of teaching, is a lifelong, ongoing, ever-changing and dynamic process in which the teachers need to believe that their competencies are never perfect. And they should always do something to upgrade their command of English, their skills of teaching methodology, their thinking and philosophy of learning, and their attitudes towards their own profession. Okay, according to Day 2007, what makes teachers perfect and effective is not only their content knowledge and pedagogical skills, but their commitment to their teaching, their students, and their learning and achievement. Okay, the point here is that how such commitments are sustained in the passage of time during teachers' lifelong career. And emotions has a lot to say in this regard. Now, coming towards the problem statement, according to Borge 2003, teaching is an emotionally demanding rate, and those who are involved in teaching feel the need to have passion for learning and assisting the students to learn. And teacher attrition is an unwelcome result of overlooking teachers' emotional needs. Okay, the point here is that the passionate teachers must be kept in the classroom by policymakers, teachers, and administrators. And it is important to explore the distinguishing features of passionate teachers and inquire into their passion for the profession and to see how it can be sustained in the passage of time. Bearing this fact in mind, that the teacher development is not fully possible if we do not take into account the emotional aspects of teacher learning. This current paper was an attempt to delve deeply into professionally developed language teachers' lived experiences with respect to their emotions for professional development and their passion to learn teaching. Okay, now coming towards the objective of the study, the main purpose of this study was to explore what are the factors that help the teachers to be passionate and to engage in their professional learning in the passage of time. The research question of this research paper is, what are the factors that create and sustain passion among English language teachers? Okay, now coming towards the significance of the study. This study can be beneficial for the newcomers who are into the field of English language teaching, and for the teachers who are in the middle of their journey to find some reasons to continue their professional learning and development. By being aware and using the themes that emerge from the findings of the study, they can sustain their passion and enjoy more from what they do. And also the language teacher, educators and policymakers can employ the insight obtained from this study to make language teachers aware of these motivators and pave the way for them to enjoy teaching and be passionate in their lifelong journey of learning. Okay, there were two limitations were found in this study. The first is that this study did not use participants whose year of service were below 10 that can shed some light over the topic of beginners teachers passion. And the second limitation was the problem of generalizability. That is something about qualitative studies whose contextual nature makes the study not generalizable to other contexts, and the data can be biased and unrepresentative of the wider population. Now coming towards the methodology part of this article, this research is qualitative in nature, and qualitative method was opted for this research, and the data was collected in the form of questionnaire. This study used experienced teacher, 8 participants English language teachers whose year of service were range from 10 to 20 years. And the instrument that was used to gather data for this study was questionnaire. The question were adapted from Benson 2012 research studies. They were used in the context of Iran, and it was used in the discipline of English language teaching. And the data was analyzed in the form of content analysis. Now coming towards the findings of this research paper, there were 8 themes that emerged from the findings of the interview. What follows were the 5 factors that emotionally triggered the Pakistani language teachers to sustain their passion in their professional life for the practical manifestation of language through activities. And the second was teaching a particular skill. The third was helping the students. The fourth one was establishing relationship, and the fifth one was cooperating with colleagues. Okay, the one of the major theme that was emerged from the findings were when the participants were asked about what is the thing they enjoy most about English language teaching, they respond that engaging students in different activities of English language teaching. The second theme that emerged from the findings of the interviews include teaching a particular skill. When the participants were asked about what is the thing they most enjoy about English language teaching, the findings revealed that writing skill is something that they enjoy most about English language teaching. The third theme that emerged from the findings of the interviews was the helping the students. When asked about which things kept teachers attracted to the field of English language teaching, the participant 7 revealed that learning is something when their students learn something, it is the most enjoyable thing that they like about English language teaching. The fourth theme that emerged from the findings include establishing relationship. And the fifth and the last theme that emerged was collaboration for professional growth. When the participants were asked how can the newcomers or the people who are new into the field of English language teaching can sustain their passion, and how can they develop professionally themselves, the findings reveal that by collaborating with others or joining groups, the newcomers can sustain their passion and they can develop themselves professionally. Okay, these were the 5 themes that emerged from the finding of the interviews. Now coming toward the conclusion part, the main purpose of this study was to explore the factors that make the teachers passionate in their professional life, and the 5 themes emerged that I already explained earlier. Now coming toward the recommendation part, there are some recommendations for future research studies. This research used qualitative method, but a mixed method approach can better illuminate the reality of teacher passion, and future research should employ quantitative research method to provide a broad picture of the emotional forces at work in English language teachers' professional development. Okay, that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Aksa, for the brilliant paper presentation. Our next paper presentation is on the topic Attitudes of ESL students toward mobile assisted language learning at tertiary level. And the authors are Ms. Shanza and Ms. Sara Junaid. Ms. Shanza is a final year student of BS Linguistics in Jinnah University. Her interest areas include language, culture, and second language acquisition. The second author, Ms. Sara Junaid, currently teaches as a lecturer in English department, Jinnah University for Women. She did her MS in Applied Linguistics from NAD University. Her areas of research include ICELL, social linguistics, and second language acquisition. Over to you, Ms. Shanza.
Ms. Shanta, you can share your screen now.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
This is Shanza Khalid, and today I am going to present my research topic, that is attitudes of ESL students towards mobile assisted language learning at tertiary level. Now, what is MAL? MAL is mobile assisted language learning, often abbreviated and more commonly known as MAL. MAL is mobile applications that have been specifically designed to help acquire in second or foreign language acquisition. These apps have been designed to help in assisting language learning. There are different examples of MAL, such as Duolingo app, British Council app, or BBC app. There are different apps which fall in the same category. There are different classrooms around the world where MAL has been integrated. Despite the importance of technology, MAL has not been used to its full extent in classroom in the teaching and learning process, as Pakistan has predominantly traditional classrooms, and we have not yet integrated MAL properly in our classroom. In our study, we have investigated the attitudes of ESL learners towards MAL, and our research question is, what are the attitudes of ESL students towards MAL, mobile assisted language learning at tertiary level? Many researches have been conducted where they have studied the perception of teachers or students on MAL and even the drawbacks of MAL. A study by Aksa and Shaukat Ali studied university teachers' perception on MAL, where they investigated whether university teachers think that MAL should be integrated or not, and they found positive perceptions. Similarly, a study by Jawad in 2021 found and investigated Iraqi EFL teachers' perceptions on integration of MAL and found positive perceptions. And they also found that teachers identified and addressed some of the constraints, that there were some lack of resources and lack of infrastructure that were in the way of integrating MAL. Iraqi EFL teachers do, however, want to integrate MAL in their classrooms. Similarly, another study by Locke et al. Investigated Vietnamese EFL learners' perceptions on mobile-assisted language learning and found positive results. A study by Zhang and Liu found that after MAL had provided exposure to the languages via listening and speaking practice skills, they found positive and improved results from the students. Chu in 2021 had an experimental study where after they introduced and integrated MAL in their classrooms, their result increased from 26% to 76%. On the other hand, there have been some studies that have also identified what are the lackings in integration of MAL, or why it hasn't been integrated properly yet in classrooms, as Baksh in 2015 studied constraints of MAL, which were lack of resources and lack of infrastructure, that despite the positive perceptions, there were these drawbacks that had been in the way of integration of MAL properly. Ishaq et al. In 2020 conducted another study, and he studied that applications in game-based learning had lack of user-friendly interface, which were in the way of integrating MAL properly in their classrooms. Now for methodology, for this research, the research design we use is survey with a Likert scale questionnaire that is validated by experts. For population and sampling, the population is university students from Karachi studying English at any university in Karachi at any of the departments. The sampling technique is simple random technique, and the sample size is 150 students from all the universities in Karachi. When we analyzed the data, we found positive perceptions of students and found that they want to integrate MAL in classroom and they want it to be integrated to have an effective and efficient teaching and learning process and have effective ESL classrooms. To the statement that MAL promotes autonomous learning, most of the students agree to the statement. To the statement that MAL helps them improving and enhancing their language skills such as reading skills, listening skills, writing skills, or speaking skills, most of the students agreed. To the statement that MAL helps them increasing their vocabulary and improving their language proficiency, most of the students agreed. To the statement that MAL should be integrated inside the classrooms, most of the students agreed. To the statement that MAL provides them convenience of time and place, that is, they can learn their second language anywhere and anytime, most of the students agreed. Most of the students also share the perception that proper training should be provided to both teachers and students for having an effective and efficient learning environment. To the statement that MAL is time consuming, most students remain neutral, while some agreed. Now coming to the conclusion, most students have positive perception and want MAL to be integrated inside ESL classrooms. There, however, are some constraints that we identified, such as lack of resources, lack of infrastructure, or lack of user-friendly interface in these mobile apps. We think if we do overcome these obstacles, we can have integration of MAL properly in our classroom and have efficient and effective ESL classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shanza, for throwing light on the attitudes of ESL students towards mobile-assisted language learning. The last paper for today's session is on women's representation in Pakistani telefilm Ek Hai Nigar, a critical discourse analysis. The authors are Ms. Sabah Bilal and Ms. Mahin Fatma. Ms. Sabah is working as a cooperative lecturer in the Department of Jinnah University for Women. She completed her BS in linguistics from the Jinnah University with major interest in linguistics. Ms. Mahin Fatma is also teaching in Jinnah University and did her MPhil from ICELL University. Her major interests are in teaching methodologies, writing skills, critical discourse analysis, and phonology. She also has a publication and paper presentations. Over to you, Ms. Sabah Bilal.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, this is Sabah Bilal and now I'm going to present my paper, Women Representation in Pakistani Telefilm Ek Hai Nigar, a Critical Discourse Analysis. This telefilm was produced by Myra Khan and Nina Khan and it was written by Omar Ahmed. First of all, I'm going to give you a little bit introduction, then the literature review and the methodology, and lastly, I'll share the results with you all. So, as for the introduction, as we all know that media is the most basic instrument of disseminating information around the world, it not only imposes its thoughts and ideologies on the masses by manipulating their minds, but also maintains power, dominance, and social control. Television is also a powerful media institution through which the opinions and behaviors of the masses are formulated along with the manifestation of stereotypical ideologies. Therefore, it is really, really important to analyze the content that is broadcasted through the medium of television. It is also declared as a major contributor to the formation of gender roles and identities. And as the focus of my paper was telefilm, telefilm is an engaging, emerging yet popular genre in Pakistan, which is greatly enjoyed by the audience and covers diverse themes. The objective of my study was to critically analyze the linguistic and visual portrayal of women in Pakistani telefilm in current scenario. And the research question was how women are linguistically and visually portrayed in Pakistani telefilm. Ek hai Nigar. The statement of the problem is that Pakistani women are no longer accepting the stereotypical ideologies deeply rooted in Pakistani culture. They are organizing events like Aurat March to raise their voice against the exploitative treatment they receive on every single platform. Therefore, it is really, really important to analyze their representation in televised content, because this content or whatever is being broadcasted through television impacts their positioning in the society. Telefilms are an amazing storytelling device through which existing cultural norms and power distribution and social practices are depicted. Therefore, I analyze the telefilm. As for the literature review, the first theory that I explored was of the groundbreaking theory by Kaufman that suggests that women are generally stereotyped as delicate, fragile, vulnerable, and submissive dolls, whereas men are depicted as confident, strong, and dominant creatures. Kumar Radhan Gangwar also claims that women are mostly portrayed as adrift, beautiful dolls who are in constant need of support and protection. Stereotypical representation of women promotes the unfair and imbalanced gene allocation by making it appear as natural. This is what Hasib concluded in his study. And Pakistan is not only stratified according to gender, but also uses the ideology of gender to advocate the unfair treatment towards men and women. Another study concludes that women are used merely as an item or an object rather than human beings. Now, it is also really important that even the attire and specific traits of women are determined that whether she is good or bad. For example, having a traditional attire, family-oriented, obedient, and non-working housewives are considered as good women. On the other hand, Tabassum and Amin concluded that women who are ambitious about their career and are financially independent are presented as well. But now, here, we have also explored that some researchers are also claiming that women are also being observed or depicted as glamorous and confident individuals. Plus, Pakistani entertainment channels are not only promoting feminism and women's rights, but also covering issues concerning women. Hence, it is prominent that media has presented women in stereotypical manner for centuries and is still doing so. But now they are embracing and promoting the concept of women empowerment and feminism. As for the framework of this research, I have used the 3D model of critical discourse analysis developed and modified by Norman Fairclough, which has 3 layers: first of description, then interpretation, and then explanation. And then for the critical lens of analysis, I have used the lens of feminism to highlight and focus the issues like women's rights, education, and their significance in all spheres of life. My paper is qualitative in nature. The population comprises of all telefilms aired on ARY Digital in the year 2021. By employing non-probability purposive sampling technique, the telefilm Ek Hai Nigar aired on ARY Digital on 23rd October 2021 was chosen in English transcript version as the sample for this research. And as I have already told you, the 3D model of critical discourse analysis developed and modified by Norman Fairclough had been employed as the research tool to analyze and identify the underlying ideologies regarding women in the telefilm. Now, in the first stage, as I have explored different things, in the first stage of description, I have found that the telefilm discarded the notion of weak and vulnerable women and painted them in a new positive light. It introduced the audience to a new narrative that women can be brave and courageous and can handle professional responsibilities with exceptional excellence. However, it was also found that the telefilm reinforces the ideal image of women as being fair and slim, good at embroidery and household activities, and always obedient to men in their family. This contradicts the overall vision that this telefilm attempted to present. For example, as for the main character, Nigar's nature is that she is strong-willed, yet she is extremely humble and submissive to men in her family. Plus, her attire is simple and traditional throughout the film, and her makeup is also subtle to maintain this sober personality throughout the film. In the second stage of interpretation, it was found that the language was used as a tool to exercise power and coercion. Nigar's choice of words, their style of execution, in every circumstance reflected her mental strength and her firm grasp on the matter at hand and painted a progressive image of women for viewers. For example, in one instance, Nigar says that you cannot, when she wasn't allowed to attend a meeting because she was a woman, she says that you cannot differentiate on the basis of my gender. If I won't go, then my troops won't too. She strongly retaliated. In another instance, Nigar says that if a terrorist attacks the hospital, then I should at least kill 8 to 10 people before being killed. This also represents and depicts the strength of her character. On the other hand, the telefilm also depicted the social dominance of men and their upper hand in society, but it was equated by the non-stereotypical traits associated with the characters. For example, before getting married, the father of Nigar says to her that I'm getting you married, I'm not making you anyone's slave. This points towards the ideology that women are slaves to men, and this utterance presents a strong narrative that women are not slaves. Now, her husband also acknowledges at one point that it is really unfortunate that a woman has to work double hard to come equal to a man. But this also points towards the narrative that women has to work a lot harder than men to prove themselves and to prove themselves in academic or professional occupational fields. In the third stage of explanation, I found that the selected discourse not only challenged the patriarchal system but also promoted the notion of feminism. Women can and should break through the patriarchal hierarchies and realize their true potential, and men, given the by default advantage by the society, must not exercise their power to suppress women, but to support them in every walk of life. So this was the finding of my paper. The limitation of this paper is that it is restricted to telefilms aired on one of the most popular Pakistani channels aired by digital. The overall duration to carry out this project was also limited, hence it will not be appropriate to generalize the acquired results to all telefilms. And I recommend that in Pakistani context, the genre of telefilm is still unexplored and has a great scope for researchers. Different telefilms can be analyzed by future researchers to explore the depiction of women in Pakistani media, and even the telefilm selected for this discourse can be further analyzed using different approaches and theoretical frameworks. Thank you all for listening. Jazakallah.
Thank you, Ms. Sabah Bilal, for a wonderful presentation. In the end, I would like to invite the chair of today's session, Ma'am Talat Rafi, for her concluding remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jinnah University, and especially the Department of English to invite me as a presenter as well as a chair. So let me first of all tell you that when this session began, there were 103 participants who participated. Gradually, the number increased from 103 to 110. Then it started decreasing with the passage of time. That's from 93, and then it ended with 89 participants who participated, who attended all the papers and the sessions. It was a very good session, I must say. Let me begin. There were 6 papers presented. The first one was titled as Blended Learning Issues, Challenges and Prospects by Ms. Shazia, Ms. Amna and Mr. Arif from Cosmets, University, Islamabad and Lahore campuses. The paper focused on the blending of instructional modalities or delivery media, instructional methods, and blending of online and face-to-face instruction. The paper was a case study presenting an investigation of 324 students perceptions and attitudes regarding blended learning courses introduced at a public sector university in Pakistan, that is COSMEDS. The presenters researched upon the blended learning and asking the students regarding its strengths and weaknesses. The research tools were the questionnaire and interviews. The study presented recommendations on how the blended learning experience can be made more effective and beneficial for the students. Teaching related issues, that is, some said more meetings because they told us that only one meeting, that is physical meeting with the teacher, once a month. So it was suggested that more meetings were required. Then people praised it, saying that it can be done anytime. Some technology related issues, people were highly motivated and they said that it made them blended learning made them more responsible. The presenters think that needs analysis should also be done, which was not done, and some more refresher courses were also recommended. The second paper was titled as a review of whether linguistics and literature are dichotomous or interdisciplinary. It was presented by Professor Mamnoon Akhtar from Jinnah University. The presenter differentiated between how linguistics and literature are defined and what purpose they serve. According to the presenter, linguistics deals with a scientific approach to language, whereas literature helps to develop the learner's linguistic performance through literary texts. Both are founded on the language components. Literature is more subjective, while linguistics is highly systematic. The presenter concluded by declaring that literature and linguistics are interdisciplinary rather than dichotomous, as they are interrelated concepts. He ended his presentation with an Urdu couplet. The third paper was titled as Investigating the Effectiveness of CALL, that is Computer Assisted Language Learning for the English Language Learner, by Ms. Zafreen and Ms. Samreen Subhan. Ms. Zafreen presented the entire presentation. The presenters viewed that computer-assisted language learning, that is CALL, is mainly based on learning rather than instruction. They also viewed that CALL is different from the classroom environment where teacher-centeredness is highlighted and that the teacher assists, whereas computers assist according to the learner's requirements. The presenters collected 106 responses through a questionnaire as data for their research. Their research findings showed that 85% undergrads agreed that it helps them to improve their language proficiency. Another research tool employed by them was interviews, which also showed that CALL plays a very positive role in the language learning. Zafreen focused on three theories, that is behavioristic CALL, communicative CALL, and integrated CALL. And the justification presented by them was, it's more like blended learning. 34% students agreed to the statement that was given to them. 32% students disagreed, and 42.5% students thought that call can be source of distraction. The fourth paper was titled as Pakistani English Language Teachers' Passion for Teaching Profession. It was presented by Ms. Aqsa, Ms. Sania, and Ms. Shagufta Yasmin from Bahariya University, Karachi. This paper was based on a qualitative research. The experienced teachers were the participants of the research. A questionnaire was the research tool consisting of open-ended questions. The research findings showed that ELT activities focusing on a particular language skill, teamwork, cooperation, guiding the learners help the teachers to make ELT effective. The presenters concluded by saying that language teaching is personal, emotional, social, professional, positive or negative. They recommended that a mixed method approach can better highlight the reality of teaching passion. They aimed at further research on this topic by including quantitative research method. The number of the participants who were their subjects was 8. The age group was 10 and 20 years. And the findings were engaging students in different activities was admired. Writing skill was highly appreciated, that is activities on the writing skills. And it establishes relationship between students and learners. The fifth paper was titled as Attitudes of ESL, English as a Second Language Students Towards Mobile Assisted Language Learning, MOAL, at tertiary level. It was presented by Ms. Shanza and Ms. Sara from Jinnah University. Ms. Shanza acknowledged the fact that English language is a lingua franca and learning the language is being given priority all over the world. Despite traditional classroom setting, MOAL, mobile assisted language learning, is also playing a vital role, as MOAL is full of learning resources and thus learning has become very convenient, approachable, and less stressful. However, the presenter reiterated that MOAL is not being appropriately used. Their investigation question was, what are the attitudes of ESL learners towards MOAL at tertiary level? And 26, the results were amazing. That is, after applying MOAL, the results outcome previously it was 26% and it increased to 76%. 150 students were their subject. All 4 language skills have improved. This was the point of view of the students. And conclusion was that it is a positive perception and it's a positive perception, that's all. Then this was number 5. The sixth paper was titled as Women Representation in Pakistani Telefilm Ek Hai Nigar, a critical discourse analysis by Ms. Sabah and Maheen from Jinnah University. Jinnah University for Women, and Ms. Sabah presented the paper. The researcher conducted a research on a telefilm, Ek Hai Nigar, through sampling and a questionnaire as a research tool. Their findings showed that the telefilm highlighted beautifully the women and their empowerment. The film discarded the traditional role of man as a sole power in the society. They viewed that the telefilm was intentionally produced to lessen the male dominance and to give due power to women in Pakistan. And their question was how women are politically and linguistically portrayed in media. And through this film, they said their nature was very simple and humble. Their attires were simple and traditional, and makeup was according to the demand, the requirements. So these 6 papers were presented, all very nicely presented by the presenters, and nicely their PowerPoint slides were also wonderful because they help not only the audience, they also help me to write the summary of these papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am Talat, for your kind remarks and your keen observation. Thank you so much. On the behalf of the conference organizers, presenters, speakers, panelists, our Dean of Arts, Ms. Farida Lodhi, our respected chairperson, Ms. Samreen Subhan, and all the faculty members, along with the students of the English department and the listeners, I would express my gratitude to all of you who have come together here from their busy schedules for your cooperation, from which has enabled us to conduct a highly fruitful conference. Thanking you all once again for your kind presence. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Khuda Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.